into business. Welcome everyone to another episode of LanceScurvLive. We, if you didn't know it, had a phenomenal show last night. It was lit. It was lit. It was lit. It was lit. Oh man, was it lit. And it's going to be lit again tonight. Master Glam, I see you in, but your phone is not fully connected all the way, but I see you, which means it is. It's just something you have to hit whenever you want to come on in. Lady J, I sent you the link. I sent a few links out to come straight on in. I don't want to, not that I don't want to talk. I want to get back into that flow that we were in last night. I don't want to talk for an hour and they say, hey, bring everybody in so we can be fiery. I'm tired of waiting. I'm going to talk for a little bit, but as people file in, our sisters and brothers file in, we're just going to bring it back there again. I do have another alert that I want to send out via my email blast to a couple of hundred people. I will do that. But if they were here, they will know how important it is to be here and how phenomenal it was. And I'm going to try my best to bring some other people in and let it flow. And if it has to go on all night again, now I'm not going to lie. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it because I didn't get to bed until about 9:30, almost 10 o'clock my time. So I'm looking a little tired. I'm looking a little beat. So I was so tired. I said, you know what? I don't want to wait until I get up and start preparing for the show. I said, let me just finish it off and do it right now. Yes, I see you back in. We're going to start this thing early. All of us. Master Glam is in. Let's just vibe. You don't have to wait for me to stop talking. Yes, this is a continuation of what was last night. For those who weren't here last night, Master Glam, I want you to tell everybody how good it was or how intense it was.
It was very spicy. So if you missed it, definitely tune in because I'm pretty sure it's going to be spicy all over again. Hopefully there's not,
yes.
Hopefully there's not too much arguing because, we really want to talk about, something that's actually going to help our people and not really talk about our, our differences or, differences in opinion. So, but it was really spicy.
Exactly. And from my point of view, it got really fiery. It got really fiery to the point that if there was any less maturity on the line, which it got fiery, it would have been all an argument, but it just never went there, but it was right there. You know what I mean? But yeah, we want to really bring out these different points and different perspectives and let it flow where it's going to flow. But I didn't let it go last night, but I knew that, well, if I keep going, but now whatever happens, happens. I'm going to run everybody down time, meaning that I'm not throwing in the towel. If you want to stay on here for 10 hours, 12 hours, as much as YouTube allows, we're going to do it tonight. So we're going to take our time to start out, let things build up. We have everybody in the chat room. Let me just squinch my eyes here with all these lights that are in my face. We go up to the top here. Wow. Of course, we have Landon Price. Welcome in, brother Indigo King, 111. Let me scroll down a little more. Brother Kwame, yes, he's here. D. Griffin, yes. Suyala. Okay, let me see. Zelle, yes, I'm glad you're here. Yeah, last night it was off the chain, and tonight will be. Yeah, we're gonna let that go. Mixed genre faves, yes. I call her Miss Genre. Yes, she is here. Anytime you want to come on, okay, yes, I see Lady J here right now. Looks like it feels like last night already. It feels like last night. You know what I mean? This is beautiful. I love when you can have a subsequent show and get into that flow. And I know on a subconscious level, we were thinking about different things. It's almost the same effect as having a dream that you have to answer a call to nature, but it's a pleasant dream. You get up, you take a leak, you whip a little bit, you go back, and you have the same dream. So to me, this is a continuation of last night. Master Glam is in. Lady J, let us hear from you. And I'm going to just straight drop the link inside the chat area for those who are in the chat room and all those who are just watching. If you're new to the platform, you feel free to come on in and express your opinions. Where do we start, everybody? Do we start with our stories and experiences Lady J, let me hear your voice. Let me hear your audio.
Good evening. Salat. I can't stay too long tonight, unfortunately, because I need to catch up on my sleep that I missed last night.
I'm not laughing at you, but you called me a little while ago. You explained the situation. You haven't slept. Your phone wasn't charged. You were just beat up. I hear it in your voice, but you sound well. Yeah. I can hear the fatigue. I'll be honest about that. Sonia Cotton, yes, welcome in. Reese slipped in too, I see. But you give us a little 30 minutes. Maybe I'll convince you to stay a little more if the passion hits. Yesterday, for those who are here for the first time and didn't really hear the program, they're saying, what are you talking about? It was so good. Why don't you show us what was so good? You know, we started speaking about demons and how really it's not just that manifestation that you see in Hollywood, but there are people around you who are manipulative on your energies. And if you're a demon, pretty much, you carry this negative charge. You have nothing good in you for the next person. You're manipulative, you're cunning, you're looking of ways and thinking of ways to bring people down, really down, and destroy them. And as of recent, I've had, you know, we deal with this every day, and we learn to defend ourselves unknowingly for the smaller attacks. We brush them off, know how to, you know, it's almost like when you walk into a living room, if there's a roach on the floor and you didn't see the roach, but you still step on them. You killed the roach without knowing. So I had someone tell me many years ago, they said, Lance, have you ever found yourself in a race that you didn't know about, but in that race, all those who are racing against you, they're losing the race, right? And they're mad at you, but you don't even know you're in the race. So recently, right, you know that I bring everyone in the platform if they want to speak, and I got you back. I got you back, Lady J. But I let everybody into the platform who wants to speak and share something of note. Sometimes we can be funny. Sometimes we want to laugh. Sometimes it's serious. Sometimes it's information we need to need. Yeah, we need to need more information, right? But that we need to have. And even if it's something far out, well, hey, tell it to us. We'll put it on the shelf and we'll see if it's something we could use at a later date. You don't eat all the groceries when you come home. You stock some stuff up for the next 2 or the next month, and you stock up your pantry. So that's the way it is here with this information. But I've been doing this for many, many years. And I have to say that my last recent attack was an inquiry for someone to come on to the show. And this individual who was intending on coming to the show, we don't speak. Him and his whole crew were very, very disrespectful for many, many years to me personally. And we have no conversation, no, best that way. And I told the person who was interceding to say, hey, they should come on the show. And I'm like, hold on a second. How are they going to come on the show when they're a certified hater? They don't want nothing to do with me. I don't want nothing to do with them. We settled it that way. No apologies, no nothing. Just stay out of my way. But you want to come on the show. You want to come on and benefit from everything that I've worked hard for to build up for these years, this brand name, introduce you to all the wonderful people, which I have no problem with. I'm not cool with that because you didn't do me right. Am I wrong? You see, some people can want to strip everything good off of you, but not want to make a situation right. You can't get away from it. And demonic people with their traumas, dysfunctions, think so different than everybody else. There was a statement that I saw online that I have to find and repeat, and it struck me so hard. I'm going to repeat this right now. Let me find it. It's only going to take a second. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Manipulation is when they blame you for your reaction to their toxic behavior, but never discuss their disrespect that triggered you. Minding your business. You're trying to be good with people, right? This is off topic, but I want to get this off my chest. And then these infractions begin to happen. And after a while, you begin to, well, you let it go, you let it go, you let it go. And after a while, you put your foot down, right? And then when you react to their toxic behavior by putting your foot down, maybe you cut a few words, maybe you threw something at them, whatever it may be, they started it. Now you react to it, their toxic behavior, and what does it say here? But they never discuss their disrespect that triggered you. Ain't that something? Some people will forget the reason why you are the way you are. They'll forget that they did something to you, but you're wrong for bringing it up. And they don't want to hear it. Stay right where you are. I'm happy with what I've built up, and the people have supported and come to the shows. Build your thing up. I wish you the best, but you're not going to hate me and benefit from me by no means. That was a demon. And all involved the demonic and their trauma. And we don't think that this thing comes through people. You have electric wires all around. I have them all around me right now. They look innocent, but they carry a charge inside of it. In the wires here, there's a purpose for those charges inside the wire to light everything up, to run my equipment, run my computers and keyboard and mice and tablets and different things. It has purpose. But demonic energy that runs through people, it can run through them and they can have a smile on their face, right? They don't mean you any good, but they got to get next to you and near you to drop their death blow because you're doing something positive. They may be doing nothing good at all. And this is why there's space for them to have this evil energy. To me, neutrality doesn't exist. When you learn electricity, you say, here's the neutral, here's the positive, here's the negative. When it comes time for human beings, we ain't that good that we can walk around here neutral. With all the things that are affecting the world around us, there's no way. There is nothing called neutrality. To me, when it comes to human beings, neutrality, when they tell you, oh, I'm neutral, neutrality is negativity. Because the charge that runs through you is so weak that you can say on any point that you're neutral, you bear watching, or I bear watching you. That's the way it is. If you're positive, you're positive. If you're so weak in your positivity, you're still positive, but you're a weak baby positive charge, walking on baby legs, but you're still positive. But if you've lived on this life any sizable amount of time, and you say, well, I'm neutral, I don't know. No, because neutrality will court whoever it is and appear to be what that other charge is. If neutrality is hanging out with me and I'm positive, neutrality looks positive. It doesn't resist anything. Whatever's around, it becomes that. It's an open vessel. If negativity hangs out with neutrality, well, neutrality is negative. So as far as I'm concerned, if you can hang out with negativity, don't come by me saying you're neutral and try to blend it with my positivity and get the benefit of my positivity. No, go on back to the negativity. You see what I mean? Because I don't get fooled. I can feel the energy around me. When you walk down the street and you know somebody's cooking some good food in your house for you, if you have a house with the first floor and an open window, you can smell it. If you're in an apartment building, you come down the hallway as soon as you get, or if it's somebody else's apartment that's cooking the good food, you get off the elevator, you say, ooh, wow, somebody's cooking something that smells real good. Well, these vibrations are there before the actual entity gets there. And there's some of us who are so well versed, not because we read the book. You can't read a book and gain discernment. There's no book of discernment. Well, there's 100 lessons on discernment. I'm on 99. I'm almost there. No, you have to get in this thing called life and the journey, and you have to be clean with yourself. You have to have experience. You ride a bike, you fall down, you learn about gravity. You don't see it, but it's there. The force of gravity, the force of a demon, the negativity in people. You see it, they're smiling. But you feel it when they're doing what they do to you to stop you from going to the next level. I'm still here. I took a beating, a licking, and I'm still ticking. And when you see these demonic forces in your midst that have played themselves by revealing their hand on how they wanted to bring you down, Now they know you know who they are, and now I'm laughing at them because you shot the shot and it didn't get nowhere. I'm still right here. So demons, to me, and I heard something, I may reword it, but you thank the demon. Thank you, demon, for showing me who you are, but also thank you, demon, for being my sparring partner in life, coming at me, trying to punch me in the head, knock me out. And I survived you. You kept me on my toes. And guess what, demon? You made me better. I don't get said, oh, the demons won't leave me alone. No, who's next? Who's next? Bring it. Teach me a lesson. Bring me some distress. Give me a battle so I can overcome it and show you what's inside of me, and that I will always defeat you. Time ain't take it away. When I know what you are, you can think 10 years, 15 years, 30 years is going to change something. I know who you are. And you played yourself, you reveal yourself to me. You're going to try me again. Maybe one of your imp friends will come back and try me again. I want to tell you something else in my experiences, not necessarily something seen. We'll get into that. But one thing that I learned to be the truth, let me just take a sip of this water, yo. Have you ever found yourself, whether it be a relationship, whether it be a friendship, whether it be the people on a job, the next door neighbor, whatever it may be, random, right? You find yourself in a demonic situation where it's something between you and this person, some kind of struggle. Now, you're not struggling because you're the evil one. Now, none of us are perfect, and I'm not perfect, right? You give me the finger on the road, I might give it to you back. You cuss at me, I might cuss you back. You hit me, I might hit you back and knock you out, right? We're human. But pretty much you're going about your way, and you have this struggle. You have this entity, this person that carries a certain type of charge. And we won't just call it negativity, but it's a charge that's given off to you in a certain way, a certain flavor. You know what it is. You don't know the name of it. You don't know. You know this feeling from this person. And then years later, you're in another situation, whether it be a relationship or a new place where you're living, next door neighbor or co-workers or whatever, and you're encountered with a situation that tastes and feels and smells and looks like the same thing. Those demons, charge that is coming after you, you can move all the way across the Atlantic, land here in the motherland, and look right at the very thing that's been after you and at you from when you were in America. And it doesn't have to be the motherland, right? It's all about that. That's strange. I've noticed that. So I'm going to say it this way. And when we say demons, we're talking about that negative force and negative energy right on up to that manifestation of something you might see, Hollywood style. I'll just say it this way. Demons jump. Demons jump. The charge of that demon will jump from one person, one situation, and look to come into your life in another person, in another manifestation, and hound you the same way. This is something that I know from experience, that if you get away from one demon, they have a network of demons all over the world. Oh, this is where he's living now? Okay, we're going to assign this person, the same entity, over where you are and time and manifest. Demons jump. I know that. See, I'm not like the boxer who was trained by the top trainers. I was thrown in the ring and had to learn, if I don't want to get hit on this side of the head, I better keep this hand up. So I had to learn through experience. You see, back in the day, we had Sugar Ray Leonard when he fought Marvin Hagler, and there was a certain resentment that Marvin Hagler had because Sugar Ray Leonard was in the 1976 Olympics and got an Olympic gold medal, the 7-Up commercial. He was America's darling. He was Oscar de la Hoya before Oscar de la Hoya. Marvin Hagler had to work jobs. He didn't get any Olympic gold medal or notoriety, no fame. He had to work for next to nothing and come up the hard way. So now he's dealing with this darling of the world. So he had a little resentment toward him. So I don't have resentment toward anybody, but I'm the kind of person who had to come up the hard way. All of this stuff you see that I did online, there's so much envy for it. People peeping and watching and mad and trying to isolate you or come at you or throw stuff. Leave me alone. Finally, I'm being validated by the time that I put in. And there's so many demons swirling around. They want to get down with you now. They want to be a part of you now. No, stay who you are, because I know what you plan on doing when you get next to me. You want drama. You want to shut people down. Oh, his platform is going to die because I am not there. Clean your life up, knucklehead bozo. You know what I mean? So they will come in the form to men as a beautiful woman, or a buddy who wants to help you out, or someone who might come with lots of money who want to help you out. And you say they can't be a demon because they want to help me out. No, oftentimes when they come that way, they want to buy you. They want to own you. You know, be careful when someone comes out of nowhere and all of a sudden they're this what do you call it? This light being. And they want to continue on. You just never know. All I can say is that I know that you know that I'm not saying gibberish, because if you've lived any sizable amount of time on this earth and in this life journey, you know what I'm saying to be the truth, because I speak from experience and I don't hold back. You can talk, Master Glam, Lady J. Come on in. I know we only have a limited amount of time with Lady J. Steer the conversation in what direction, because we're going to cover all bases tonight, even if you're sleeping after a while.
Yes. So I wanted to say first, hello to everybody that's watching. Hello to everybody in the chat. I wanted to say that it's really important, you know, the discussion that we're having today. So I want to speak to you guys in a clear voice and with a calm head, so that you guys could, you know, really understand. Because sometimes we get passionate about things and it seems like, or it's interpreted rather as anger, but it's not. It's passion. And you know, the reason why we are passionate about these type of issues is because sorcery, divination, demonic energy, demonic people, like this stuff is real. And if you are out here and you're not prepared, you know, you're very naive and thinking that this stuff isn't real or this stuff isn't going to happen to you. It happens to you. And like Lance said, it happens all the time. And it's your coworker, it's your boss, it's basically people working against you, and they're using evil energy, evil words. They're casting spells on you with their words. Spells. Come on, let's get that. They're casting spells on you with their words. And all of this stuff, you know, it's a disservice to us individually. It's a disservice to the people in the community who look outside of themselves for some sort of support. You know, it's a disservice to them, because once you really truly find out, you know, who you are and the power that you have, you know, the natural power that you possess, you know, even if if you read the Bible, the Bible speaks several different times throughout the Bible about different ways that, you know, God has given us, you know, authority or power, you know, with our tongue and etc. So, you know, all of these things are nature. And, you know, other people are so-called oppressors, or whatever you want to call them, these other entities, people who want to basically do evil to you. They know about these things. So you may see them in church, you may see them at the synagogue, you may see them at school, you know, at your daughter's school or at this college. You can see them anywhere. And that negativity, that negative energy, that demonic energy can be there. You know, this is an evil spirit, especially a person or a thing that wants to possess you. They want to possess you and they want to torment you. They want to do evil. And a lot of them, at first they start off like charmers. They start off like charmers, and they move really kind of snake like, because they do these things to get close to you, to get close to you, to figure out how it is, you know, they can accomplish their agenda, or whatever it is that they want. And like I said, this could be the simplest thing from work. Like, who is this girl? Where she came from? You know, she thinks she gonna get my spot, or I don't. How much are they paying her? You know, little things like that. Even when Lady J was speaking about, you know, how she worked in retail and how people were nasty to her, man, I sympathize with her. I sympathize with her. I empathize with her. I know how it feels. I worked in retail for over a decade, and I've had those issues with people where they'll bring negative energy to you and they'll turn it around and try to say that it's you. That's demonic, because you came to me and now you're spewing negativity to me, trying to take my job, like a lot of them try to say that they're going to do. I can take this job from you. That's all demonic activity. Someone that has a goal, and they're evil, they're destructive. So a demon can be anything. And like Lance said, most times they come in ways to not only persecute you, but it could be sexually. It could be your partner. It could be your spouse. Whether this person is married to you or not, they could be manipulating you emotionally. They could be manipulating you, you know, through your friends and your family, keeping you from people. That is manipulation. That is demonic. Why would someone keep you from your family and your friends? We all are adults here, and we know what's good for us and what's not good for us. Sometimes we might have our blinders on, but certain things you shouldn't allow people to control you. And that's what they look for. They look for control. They look for control. I mean, all of this demonic activity, it's evil. It produces evil, nothing but evil, rage. That's what it is. And they want to possess you. And if you want to see in you know, basic things like everyday life, let's look at Shanquilla Robinson, who her so-called friends killed her in Mexico in a hotel. What was this over? That girl beat her, and her so-called friends recorded it. What, you guys were planning this? That is demonic. Or Gladys, her name was Gladys Borcella. I think this happened in Miami, and someone, her so-called friend, was in an Uber car with her, and she just wanted her to shut up. She didn't like her or whatever, and you know, she shot this girl. She killed her, like, and now she's pregnant. She's in prison. She wants her baby to get some attention because she's pregnant, but she was acting like a demon, being jealous of her friend. Why is there so much jealousy? We don't see like this stuff, like all of this animalistic nature, this demonic activity. It's affecting the kids. They're giving it to you in the media. They're pushing it onto us. Sex. And then we're so like enthralled with sex that we don't realize that all these hormones like oxytocin that we secrete, you know, something that's supposed to be for us for childbirth, you know, to connect with our child, to, you know, to help our uterus to contract, like all of those things. We secrete those hormones, you know, when somebody hugs you, they give you a massage and, you know, cuddle you. This is like the feel-good hormone. And some people, they have the power of manipulation to manipulate you through sex. This is what I was talking about yesterday. Think that it's not real, but you know someone who can't leave their baby daddy, or you know someone who she's always jumping from man to man to man to man. This is demonic activity that a lot of people have over their lives, and they don't even realize this. They don't even know how to deal with some of this stuff. And if you don't know what something is, how are you going to call it what it is if you don't know you're being attacked? This is demonic activity. When someone can manipulate you through sex to make you do what they want, to be their beard rather. You know, when they're doing things and they're doing their demonic activities, sleeping with men. Mick Genre was talking about a woman who got married and saved herself for her husband, and this man went in on their honeymoon. They got tested before everything, and because of the HIPAA law, they're not married yet. So he didn't reveal that I think he had HIV or AIDS. It was one of them. He had it. And he didn't reveal that to her, and they didn't reveal it to her, because that's not her, her right to know his personal information. So this lady goes and marries him, and on their honeymoon, she said, they're, enjoying each other. And later on down the line, this lady starts feeling sick, and she goes to the hospital to find out that she's pregnant. And not only is she pregnant, but she contracted a disease from this man. And the whole time he knew about it, because he didn't want to lose her. See, when you take away free will, just like the lady was talking about last night, when you take away someone's free will, when you do things to benefit yourself, whether you think you're helping that person or not, that is not right. It's not right. So you're telling me that, like, what is that? What possesses somebody to feel like they have the authority to take over your life, to take over your free will? That's absolutely crazy, and it has to be demonic. And when sex comes into play, I'm telling you, you have to, you can't. This is where, the Christians or religious people want to talk about fornication, because you do have to guard yourself. You can't just give yourself to everyone. But this is nature. This is nature that we should know. These are nature principles, and we have to investigate. We do have to find out about people before we start to intertwine our life with them, and we have to be accountable and accept that certain behaviors attracted, negativity. And I know that, it's so many tales, to this. It's so many different ways that we could look about this, but we could talk about this, but you have to know what this is. You have to know what this is, so that you won't be in this endless loop. Because this is when you lack accountability from learning that lesson, you will be in a perpetual loop, constantly learning this lesson, y'all. Constantly learning this lesson. And this is all principles of nature. Things that we know. You're supposed to know that you're not supposed to steal. You ain't supposed to kill. You ain't supposed to be jealous. You're not supposed to be envious of someone. It breeds nothing but negativity. And then you, in turn, will bring in negative and demonic energy onto you when you do those things. And a lot of us, we don't think that we do some of these things. And that's why a lot of us are depressed, because we have that negative energy, that demonic energy from whatever we've been doing or whatever we've been accepting. Because remember, just like if someone around you is a demon, if someone around you is using you, if someone around you is stealing your energy, like, how are you supposed to produce? How are you supposed to do everything that you need to do, complete your goals and find out what you need to do? But no, they're sucking on your energy. And this could be your friend, giving you bad advice, probably sleeping with your man when you're not there, but at the same time telling you different things, giving you advice about your relationship. Oh, you better leave him. It's all of that. And some people, I don't want to say we, but some people, they allow that demonic activity, that demonic energy to control them. They allow this to control them. So yes, the Bible does speak of this. So if it gives you comfort, yes, read the Bible, guard yourself, because I know people who have completely changed their lives around from reading the Bible, using it as a tool, and the positivity I see in them is magnificent. But some of the things, some of the people, the way that they interpret some of the things, it's harming us, and we're not able to address the real issues. When I'm sorry to say this, but when you tell little fairy tales to your kids, like, oh, put your tooth under the pillow, and this fairy, whatever, tooth fairies come in and all this stuff, and Santa, I understand, you want them to have that imagination and all that, and whatever. Everything is about balance. But when you hide something from a child, when you're not addressing certain issues, They won't be able to address certain issues because they're not in reality. They're not in reality. Like these things, they coincide with each other, and it's like we don't it's like we don't understand. So you're telling a child to believe in these fairy tales, and then people can easily manipulate your children. They can easily manipulate them and put whatever they want into their minds. This is why we see in the media that men, so-called men, males, they got on shorts, dresses, nails, climbing down the stripper pole, and they're singing, and their target is your children. Their target is your children. And they put this music out, and who are they really targeting? Who are they targeting? Where are they getting this culture from that they're turning, that they're spinning the narrative on and creating their own thing? Who are they targeting? What people? Because it seems like not only my people are suffering from this, and other people may be suffering from it, but I have a duty. I have a duty to just talk about it, to let it be known, to protect my kids and tell them they have their own free will. They're going to do what they want to do. That's their free will. When they're grown, they can figure that out. But you have to give a child free will. You have to give a child knowledge so that they can prepare themselves to know reality. And it goes so deep. It goes so deep. So if you are using a tool, it's fine. It's fine. But if anything, this tool, it has to change your mind so you can realize that you are the one that can change your circumstances. All right. If you're like, for example, if you're dealing with a rowdy teen, some of our people, they consistently pray, oh, I'm going to pray it out and do this and do this. And a lot of this stuff, I'm not speaking about stuff that I don't know. This is stuff that I've seen. You have a rowdy teen, and, as he's getting older, well, before he was a teen, he was already rowdy. He was around the wrong kids. But you consistently pray, and you want God to change things for you, and that's fine. But what about your action? You have to move. Why not move out the neighborhood? Why not change your approach to the child? Why not change your environment? A lot of us, we don't do the work. We don't do the work. A lot of our people don't do the work because they're so bent on the fact that someone is coming to save them. That someone is coming to save them. So we have to talk about these things. We have to talk about these verbiages and all kinds of things so we can prepare ourselves when we go out into the world, so we can put on our armor, prepare our children. Because once you get enthralled in this, and like your children are affected by it, your family, people are affected by the negative energy that you're spewing or whatever, your family member, we're out of alignment. Or other people will say we're not in God's will. This is why a lot of these things happen. It's because we're not in God's will, which is we're not in alignment. So all of these things, we have to start learning about ourselves and taking back our power. That's the solution. We could sit here all day and talk, but the real goal is to have solutions, and it's to take our power back. So for example, if you're with a guy and you're trying to fill him out, and you don't want to get involved with those soul ties yet, okay, go on dates, public areas, protect yourself so that you don't put yourself in certain situations. So that way you could be a good judge of character. So that way you won't have to be stuck with baggage that you don't really want, because it's gonna breed negativity, and this stuff changes you, and it can take over you. You'll start to notice that you'll find yourself, when you are consumed by these people, knowingly or unknowingly, by these demons, you'll find that your life starts to go down. Things start to dwindle, you guys. Things start to dwindle. It's like your luck is down. So many different things can happen, and that's why we have to address this thing. It's so important, y'all.
Wow. If I had a transcript of that, we can turn that into a book and we'd heal half the population out here. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. I agree with everything she covered there. And you know, when she said we have to put on our armor. Sorry, I'm so tired.
We understand.
Just want to say hi, Master Glam. I loved everything you just said. And when she said to put on the armor, this is the only thing that I am going to say and leave with everyone, which also covers what I had said yesterday about spiritual wickedness in high places, because it goes with the armor. God tells us to put on the armor against those things. But I just want to read it word for word. And it's Ephesians chapter 6, starting at verse 10. Yeah. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all, to stand. And like Master Glam said, you know, we have to put in the work. So, you know, when you read the word, it's not just about hearing and reading the word, it's also doing the word. So yeah, you know, this is what we're up against, as what it says here in the Bible. So, you know, and you know, I love my people. You know, there isn't anything that I would not do for our people. But sometimes they can make it so hard, really hard. And I'm just going to give you one story where at work, the oil in the fryer was black, literally black. And this guy came and he wanted mozzarella sticks. And so I said to him, I said, I've not made any because the fryer is not on. And I tell you, he just went ballistic. And I had to explain to him the oil is black. That's why I have not made any. Do you know, he even went and reported me to the manager.
Oh, wow.
And I thought, well, if you want cancer from your mozzarella sticks. And I actually went to him while he was talking to the manager. And I said, if you want them, I will fry them. And he kind of looked at me. But, you know, I wasn't dealing with this person that just wanted mozzarella sticks. That was an attack. So, you know, because if I'm warning you, don't eat this, not today anyway. And that's your behavior. Sometimes when we're trying to help our people, we just have to leave them to their own demise. Because if he could have come behind that counter to physically fight me, he would have done it. That's how bad he carried on. And
amazing.
So, you know, for me, I just take the blows as they come. And I will even take a step back, even when it comes to reporting me to a manager. It's like, go ahead, because they didn't give me this job. So, you know, what can you do?
It's
You
always
know,
something.
and yeah, and also, you know, yesterday we spoke about turning the other cheek. And it's not so much about turning the other cheek, it's about humility. How are you going to handle the situation? So, you know, for me, I just want to live a peaceful, quiet, humble filled life. But somehow Satan always has to step in to try and disrupt. So yeah, I leave it there. But yeah, I really appreciate what I heard. So yeah, I'm just going to listen now. I'm exhausted.
No, I understand. I understand. You put out a lot of energy yesterday. And trust me, I was out like a light. But, you know, I still didn't get all of my rest because my mind was still working. And I was, you know, thinking about doing tonight and the other things that I'm doing. And I had to make a run out. So I'm kind of, you know, but we just couldn't end it like that, even though it was 8 hours, 29 minutes and so many seconds. I was like, wow. But nonetheless, it was a spirit of how everyone came in and expressed themselves. Yes, Master Glam, your line is open. Oh, I thought she wanted to talk, but your line is open though when you want to jump in.
I definitely agree with what you said. Sometimes, we can't save, our people from certain things. And, we might feel like it's our job, it's our mission, which is why we're here, is to help each other. And, sometimes people do have that negative energy, or, a stubborn energy, demonic energy. But, you know, as long as we've done our job, I think that's what really counts. Because if once you plant that seed, it might do something for someone. So you might not see the fruit right now. You might not see, what it is that you wanted to accomplish, but the words that you put out, it touches people. It touches people, and they hear you. So they might resonate with this.
Yes. Well, I hope so, because, if it's one thing I want for our people, is to be free, is to be absolutely free, physically, mentally, emotionally, you know, because finances does not always bring freedom. So finances for me is on the back burner, but it's just freedom in self and freedom just to, you know, be happy. And so many of our people are just not happy. And you can see it clearly on their faces day in and day out. Like sometimes you know, you could be walking past someone and you look at them and you smile and they will cut their eye or just give you that look. So, you know, I think many of us just need to be released from our bonds and our captivity. And the oppression that we're under. And for me, I just see that the way to that freedom is through God's word. And I will stand on his word because it has been my foundation. And especially now where what I read now, you know, God has opened my eyes and my ears, my mind for me to understand now what I'm reading. So, you know, I will always have that stance of believing in God's word. So I'm going to land my plane there. And
Okay.
yeah.
I appreciate you coming in, even though you're a little fatigued. You still came into the ring to go out on your shield righteously.
Amen. Amen.
And thank you so much. You know what? I have a funny feeling you may get up an hour or two and say, wait a second, there's one more thing I forgot to say. Know your personality by now, trust me. I can't go to bed until I say this, you know? And like I said, even tonight, we're not going to shoot for like 8 hours. If it goes there, it goes there. Like whatever happens, happens. But the same token, we might shoot for a little 2 hours or something. And then I think the conference line with this would do good also because everybody can chime in because everybody's not going to really come in on the live show like that, you know, but we had to come and revisit this and get it out of our system and say the few things we have to say and make it happen. Tomorrow's title, I don't even know what it'll be, but it'll be along these lines. It'll be something different, but it'll be along these lines. I love human nature. I love spirituality. I love speaking about these things that are not always written, but they're there. It's the unwritten laws that we discuss, you know, and our perspective on it, because many of us will take the same words and understand it a different way, or as time goes by, we understand it a deeper way. And we know there's so much more to go because the words are the words and the laws are the laws, but we grow and we evolve and we fit into them even better because we understand them better. At first, it may not have such an impact on us. It may not be as profound, but as time goes by, we understand the importance of it even more. So what really is the thing that had to evolve is us. But those laws out there and those words out there, they stay the same and wait for you to develop. See, they don't run away from you. They're there and you have a more of appreciation 20 years from now than you did the prior 20 years. And that's how it is.
Exactly.
Yeah. Everybody's with the conference line already.
And the thing is, you know, it's a growing and a learning process.
Exactly.
Because, you know, our sister yesterday, you know, even though she was saying she doesn't read the Bible anymore, she doesn't have anything to do with any of that, you know, there were things that she said that were worth contemplating on and thinking about, where, you know, I've learned something, because we're always learning things from others. So, you know, and I understand passion. So for me, I don't see it, you know, our discussion yesterday, as anything to be even angry about. Because for me, you know, I like to listen, but I also want to make sure that I'm understood, because I do not want to be telling anybody what to do when you have choice and free will that I didn't give to you, your creator gave to you. So who am I to want to take that away? So for me, it's just making sure that, you know, I'm understood, but not crossing what your boundaries are, or pushing or forcing anything on you. So when I say, you know, go and read the Bible, I say that simply because I'm not going to debate it. Because, you know, if you've said that you've been there and done that, but yet you still have questions, I can't answer your questions. Only God can, if you go and have that conversation with him. Because I actually remembered, you know, while I was having my conversation with the Lord, I said, Father, what should I do to tarry until Christ returns? And it wasn't like I was looking for the answer, but when I opened my Bible and started reading it, it took me to a verse that said, till I come, um, give give to reading, exhortation, and doctrine. And I was just blown away, because when people say that their prayers are not answered, you need to question, well, what is it that you're asking for? Because sometimes, you know, people think that when they pray to God, they have to come with this shopping list. Oh, you know, I need that car. I need to get that house. I need to pass my exam so I can get that job to earn that money. No. You know, God wants us to have a relationship where you treat him not only as your father, because he's always been my father, but also as a friend. He wants to hear your woes and your issues and your problems. And it's not always about gimme, gimme, gimme. So I think, you know, it's just building that relationship like you would with any other person. So when you have answers that you need, go directly to the source, which is him. Because when you're asking someone else, like myself, I can only go by the experiences that I've had to explain anything that you're asking of me. And if an experience that I've had fits your question as to the answer that you're looking for, you still have to figure it out for yourself. And this is just how life is. So yeah, that's it. My final remark.
You sure about that? We're not trying to kick you off, but I know you always have more. You know, it's you know what you're comparable to? You're comparable to that tube of toothpaste that is empty, and you don't feel like shopping that next day, but you're faced with this tube of toothpaste that has nothing in it, but you roll it out, cut off the end, and stick the toothbrush in there, and get three more days of it out. So there's more in you.
Well, you know what? At the end of the day, you know, I've always been the kind of person where I've really just wanted other people to just have the happiness that they are looking for in life.
Right.
And I think this is why I attract these others that have not wanted the best for me. So, you know, I just want people to be happy. Like, you know, I don't have a husband or a partner or anything, but when I see two people walking down the street hand in hand in love, like you can see the love, you know what? I look at them and I smile to let them know, wow, you've made my day. And that's just how I like to live life, seeing the happiness of others, because it makes me happy.
Understood.
And this is the problem. People do not know how to be on the outside looking in to enjoy the happiness that they're seeing. Instead, they have to be covetous or envious, you know, of it. And it shouldn't be that way. Why can't you be happy when you see happiness in someone else?
I definitely think it's it has a lot to do, you know, with the times that we're in, you know, with the climate that we're in. And like she said, there are a lot of people you know, you do say hi to them and you know they don't want to speak to you, and it's like this evil look that they give you. And I don't know. I don't know really what too much to say about that, because I just, what I do personally is put my positivity, continue to put my positivity out there. You know, you said that, you know, you continue to basically be the light that, you know, that God sent you here to be, you know. So this might be your mission, you know. That's all of our mission is really to love, you know, but the way that we each love might be different. You know, the source that we give our love through might be different, but that's really the objective of it. So we do have to put on that armor. You know, we do have to put on that armor to protect ourselves, because there are some people that they aren't happy within themselves. You know, things have happened to them, or, you know, energies have happened to them or taken over them. They might just be mad, you know, having a bad day at work, you know, or they just want some mozzarella sticks, you know. But some people, I like I said, I worked in retail, I know it. You know, I've had people upset because they didn't get their eggs from their in their Wawa bowl right now, or they want you to cut the tomatoes this way, they want you to dice it, and it's all these little things. And our people are dealing with so much hurt, just people on this whole planet. We all have our issues, and we just have so much healing to do. And sometimes it's very hard for people like us, people who do have that love, whether our love is, through sharing God's word in the Bible, or whether our love is through sharing spirituality or uplifting someone, opening organizations, starting organizations, to help certain, people within your community. This is what we're here for. We have to realize that, because people are going to always come up against us. They will. Life is all about balance. There's always going to be negativity. We pray for peace, but sometimes, when we look at the world, the way that things are going, it's like, it's kind of going to hell in a handbasket, with everything that's going, and they use this stuff. They use our energy. Like I said, they put these things out there to target the children, like you ladies were talking about yesterday, and they want to just change the whole order of the world, the whole order of nature. So we're going up against nature. And so when you do speak those facts to people, in the Bible, those facts that, they replicate the principles of nature, it's hard to hear sometimes, because we're just in a backwards place. And it's just, we just have to continue, because this is why we are here. We can't go back. We're already here now. So we have to figure out every single day what we're going to do. And like you said, if it brings you comfort to read your Bible, because I was there. I was a Christian for many years. I was born into it. So I know that the strength that the Bible can give you. I know that the power that it can give you. But a lot of our people have missed the mark, because some of these things are just simple things, principles of nature that we should know, how we should treat people. But there's so many people out here, that, like I said, they're out of alignment or out of God's will, whatever you want to say. They're out of alignment. So they're out here literally wreaking havoc. They're bringing negativity towards you for no reason, because of things that they have going on. They're using you. Your own family is mistreating you. It's really so much, and it's so deep. And I that's just what I really wanted us to understand, because I know I just want to mention, because I saw, like, some people were laughing in the chat and, like, kind of making a mockery of, like, certain things. And especially when I was speaking, with passion or whatever, we really have to, like, put that petty stuff to the side and actually listen sometimes. Listen and get the fruit, that's being given to you, because it might be valuable. You might not need it now, but later on you might use that piece of information.
Yeah, this is it, and this is why I spoke about the language, because there is a verse where God says that I will give you a pure language to worship me in spirit and in truth. But I'm paraphrasing, but he does say he will give us a pure language. So, we all have our own way of expressing things. And, like, we could be saying the same thing, but yet expressing it differently to reach different people. Because who you reach, I won't be able to reach. Who I can reach, you might not be able to reach. So, like you said, some people were laughing in the chat, saying whatever. But to someone else, what was being said might have helped them. So for me, I don't care about being mocked or anything like that. And that's why I love the Word of God, because He prepares you for these things, that you will be mocked and made fun of and be called names and be thrown out of synagogues and churches. So for me, laugh all you want, but we will see who will have the last laugh. But, you know, we just have to, like you said, just listen and put away the pettiness. Just listen. So yeah, you know, everything is valid. And, you know, Harriet, she covered a lot concerning the medical side of things. And this is the thing, you know, we rely too much on man. And one thing that I had witnessed with my grandmother, you know, she had quite a, how would you say, like a pill regime. Like whatever the doctor would prescribe, she would take it. And, you know, I would always just look at her medications and I would say, no, I don't ever want to live my life like that. And so, you know, I've even suffered from depression. And it's like, no, I'm not going to take a pill for it. Because I know that my depression is just due to extreme unhappiness. And I will work through it. And one thing, you know, that we are also facing from these pharmaceutical companies is the pushing of these drugs. I mean, half of them need to be locked up behind bars because their pharmaceuticals have killed so many people, more than what a regular drug dealer deals out on the street. So this is another thing that we as a people need to come together on, and that is to just look to God, do things the natural way, and stop looking to them to heal us of our maladies, because they in fact make it worse. You know, there's just so many things that as a people that we need to deal with, because I mean, even these pharmaceuticals, that is a practice of sorcery, witchcraft, pharmakia. And so even on, you know, health-wise, we also have to withdraw ourselves from these medicines. But I am not a medical doctor, so please advise first with your doctor. So I'm just putting that out there. This is for educational purposes only.
You know how to cover your tracks.
Well, I don't want you to get any more strikes. That's a lot.
Well, I tell you, it's funny because earlier today, you know, I have multiple channels. Most of them I just don't use. It's just like backup. Like I have LanceScurv here, I have LanceScurvin, and I have LanceScurvLive, and I have, you know, so on the LanceScurvin page, which I don't push because it's the same exact stuff here. YouTube sent me an email today and basically said we had to remove one of your videos because we were speaking about the jab, right, and all of that stuff. And they removed. I know it's AI because I had the same exact video on the LanceScurv page, so that only served to give me a warning. So I said, oh, they took it down on this page, right? So that means they're going to come around eventually and get this one. So what I did was I downloaded the whole thing before they can get. It's almost like, you know, drug dealers in the same organization, and one is across town and just got busted by, you know, the feds and you know, the DEA and all the big boys. So they made a call over to me to say, hey, they took this one down. You better get yourself straight because I know they're going to come over there later on. Bad analogy, but that's just the way it is. But yeah, slowly but surely they're trying to dismantle things and real fiery things. Not everything, but you know, they're watching. They're watching hard, and if they can strip something down or say you have a copyright thing going on or whatever, they're gonna do it. So if they take one thing down, I put up 5. You know, you hit me one time, I'm gonna hit you 10 times back. So let's just see how you can last in that one. You know, because I ain't never gonna stop. You know, you know, no way, Jose. It ain't gonna happen. But yeah, so little bit do. Our energies are winding down, and I reached out to a few people, and they got things to do. And this was a nice, or is a nice feel. I'm gonna put this out there once again. If anybody wants to come in. Oops, I had changed what I had copied and pasted. Hold on one second, because you know when I'm over here, I'm still doing work.
Where's Lady Harriet?
She said she was going to come on. I didn't see her tonight. You know, I was kind of waiting for her and everything like that. And I guess, you know, once the show was over, 8 hours and 29 minutes and so many seconds, and folks laid down, they got hammered. She said she was off and had a little rest to do, but that's an intense thing. On a cerebral level and on a physical level. On a physical level, it can really beat you up. But you were having fun, so you didn't really, you know, understand that, wow, I'm getting fatigued, you know, because you're having fun. It's a pleasurable thing, you know. I'll keep it rated G, but, you know, you never really know when you're getting the knee burns because you're focused on something else. It's only after the act that you're, oh, my God, my knees are torn up. I'll leave it at that. But anyway.
Well, I was feeling the burn today at work. But I got through the day, and I got home at 5, 8, and had a nap, and was up at 9. And then I saw your message, so yeah, I said okay, an hour.
Because I got busy. I kept going after the show was long after it was done, just distributing everything, you know, and getting everything set up, doing graphics. I'm like, what's pushing me? Here's the link, everybody, if you want to come on in, keep the energy going, because I'm starting to feel it out myself. But I will open up the chat, the conference room, the conference line afterwards. So, and Lady J is on her last leg, and you know, it's like when you're in a room with people yawning, that you start yawning. No, by no means, I still have reserves where I can go and do a 10-hour show. That's no problem. If it was popping like that, yeah, we'd do it. But yesterday was just a masterpiece. It was a perfect storm. The planets lined up just right. It was amazing. No, it was. I got to put that to the side and just, that's one of the crown, you know, jewels that a lot of them on have nuggets and stuff. And a lot of the old shows, I can't remember which one had. Imagine I can do like the best of. That would be, you know, take some of the best parts of certain ones, just compile it and make it one intense, like a 2-hour video, just one after the other, just short snippets of engagement, of knowledge, of confrontations, of funny stuff. You know, that would be wonderful. The best of, but that in itself, it's a 24-hour dedication because in commitment, because there's no way I can like comb through everything. You know, for me to scroll back on certain things and say, man, there's a lot of content. I'll even see in the sidebar some of my old stuff that I've done for a couple of years ago and look at the, look at the thumbnail and say, man, that's an interesting topic. I need to look at this. Oh no, it's mine. So that's there. Did I dropped it in there. So yeah, let me drop the link in for the conference line. I'm kind of fishing here because I'm waiting for folks to come in, right? I feel like that store owner put all the grand opening signs and nobody stepped in yet.
Sorry, Lancelot. But Queen Red Pill has said something quite interesting. Mm-hmm. Wasn't the Bible one of the books that gave the powers that used to be permission to burn us, hang us, kill us, operate on us, etc.?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm going to answer that mixed genre. Yeah.
Huh?
No, it was just some mixed genre faves. So I was going to answer that. Yeah. I mean, I had lots of encounters with seeing things. Lots of things that weren't there, maybe to the naked eye, but I'll tell you one, and I'll tell you one that's even more intense. Yes, D. Griffin. Me and my friend Carlos just finished delivering a washer and a dryer to a young lady who the building wouldn't allow her to take anything external. They only wanted you to rent their stuff, and it was too expensive for crappy equipment. So the only way for us to bring that washer and dryer was to pay off the security guard 3 a.m. or 2 a.m. and bring it to the back and up the service elevator. And that's what we did. After we did our good deed, we came from Brooklyn, went to Queens, went to Sutphen Boulevard and Liberty Avenue, and there was a chicken spot there. They sold all kind of, it's an Indian couple people there, fast food joint. So we ate and we stood up in the parking lot. It was like a kind of like fast food. We stood up in the parking lot. People were out coming in from the clubs, festive, and the girls and everything. So we ate a little bit, talked to a few people, and then we turned around and said, okay, let's go. So we didn't jump on Liberty Avenue right there. We went going back toward, forgot what the street was, but we went through the back way. I don't know why we did, but we were that was me driving anyway. So I don't know why I did. I just happened to go back that way. So as we approached the corner, it might have been, I'd say about maybe 6 car lengths away from the corner. And back here was like an industrial area. They're all warehouses, right? And the warehouses, oftentimes they have the windows high up because there's nothing but like a concrete structure. So it's not like, the first story, the second story, the third story. These windows may have been like 10 feet high, 12 feet high. And behind it, there were no doors right there near the corner. There were doors going into the building, but not as much as in the front. So make a long story short, as we approached this intersection, we saw this human-like imagery form. If you could imagine the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four, it was all flames, and this thing was walking, and each step didn't take it the distance of each step. It was almost like it was moonwalking forward. You see? So we both saw it. Now, my friend Carlos, he has done things that have landed him into a state of incarceration. Well, 2 times, and he's a buddy of mine. I knew him from 1974. He's a teddy bear, trustworthy, all the attributes that, you would see him and see his rap sheet, and you're like, oh, no. I'll tell you, you can leave him in your house and go away for a month and come back, and everything will be all right. So he was like, what the F is that? And I'm looking like, I don't know. And if you ever see a photo shoot with models and they have the powerful fans that you don't see next to them, making the clothes blow and ripple across their form. That's the way the flames looked on this flaming image. Yellowish flames, red flames, a little bit of purple. You saw the head, but you saw no features because everything was engulfed in these flames. So for me, it was very frightening. So I'm big on the screen right now. Let me just open up my camera, right? Let me put this around here. Bring it back to normal, right? So we're going toward this intersection, right? We're going toward this intersection. Let me step back. My head's too big. Got to step back with the camera. Hold on one second, yo. So I'm driving and I'm looking, and the fact that he got frightened, it didn't freak me out because this was something either that you don't see too much or wasn't from this dimension, or maybe it wasn't there. We both saw it, but we both saw it. It only took 3 seconds to get to the corner. So when we get to the corner, the first thing we do is like this. It couldn't have gotten more than 10 feet. This thing was, but it was sliding as it moved its legs slow. Like it was on skates, but it wasn't doing the skate thing. It was just moving the feet slow and it was going right across. And we didn't see it. And so we're sitting here at the corner. It's like, yo, Lance, get me the F out of here. So we drove out of there. Messed up. We were messed up. And I had a habit of taking music way back then and snatching it off of a soundtrack or something that wasn't super normal to have, that wasn't available. We didn't have YouTube back then. I was playing the theme from Cape Fear, not the old one, right? Not the black and white one, but the one with Robert De Niro. And the thing went, dun, 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 dun. Yo, we were spooked out. I was supposed to drive him home and I was going to go home. He lived maybe like, his apartment was like maybe 3-4 miles away. But he stayed with me. He didn't want to go home by himself. His wife wasn't home. She was out of town. He said, yo, man, I'm staying here with you. So we stayed. But that was one thing that I saw so clear, looking right at it. He saw it and I saw it. And we got to the corner and saw nothing. That was 1998. I'd say maybe like about March or April, because I know he had his sentencing for something else that he did. And he got a 10-year sentence. So we were trying to hang out as much as we could, you know. But that was very frightening. It was flaming. I mean, the flames were whipping up, real flames, hot flames, not like something off a cartoon or something that you see online that they create, you know. Lady J, I knew you'd be back, sweetheart. Welcome home. I know you had something else to say.
No, I was listening, but I got cut out.
I know you so well.
No, I was listening. Where's Master Glam?
No, she has some house chores and some things she has to do. She's listening, but you know, she wears many hats, and the mother hat is calling to her, and you know, the maintenance hat is calling to her. So she spends good time here, and we appreciate her time here. She'll probably pop back on later on, but yeah, those things are calling her. So yeah. So what is it? What I said about yeah, it could have been one of those secret government experiments. It could have been. The way it looked to me, it moved a certain way. When it moved, it went across, it kind of shook a little bit and kept going. So the way it shook, it looked like it was something projected. Like, you know, when you have the laser and you get filters over the laser to make it say something. So if you're at a concert and all the cameras and media there, you can take this laser with LanceScurv.com and put it right up next to they'll catch you and throw you out, but you got the word out. You know what I mean? And another experience I had when I was driving the bus, and this had to be, I'd say like 2010, 2011. I was on the 37 route. And I was inbound, but there's no real inbound because it doesn't go downtown. But they do call that the inbound route to go to Pine Hills. So I just went through next to Walmart, picked those people up, and I made a turn coming north on John Young Parkway, and I was approaching Sand Lake Parkway. And on Sand Lake, we were supposed to make a link, go down Sand Lake for a while until we make a right going up to Tangelo Park. But as soon as I made this right onto John Young Parkway, well, I was at the light there and it was a traffic jam. So when I turned, I'm facing north. It was raining, but not too heavy. It was raining, but it wasn't raining too heavy. And the winds are blowing, going behind me from north to south. And we had scattered clouds, some darker than others, some lower than others. And it was sporadic, the rain. Sometimes we get very heavy, and sometimes it would lighten up. So the rain was coming down at an angle, coming toward me, because it's hitting the windshield. You hear everything. Okay, I'm there. But why is it that with the wind blowing against me and the rain coming against me, there was a cloud up over me? It wasn't too low. It wasn't too high. It was right there. I'd say like about maybe 12 stories. 12 stories high. Maybe 15, which is low in comparison. So this huge cloud, there was a huge cloud. I noticed it as everything was blowing toward me, this cloud was moving away from me slowly. It wasn't like a plane, it wasn't like some type of drone. This cloud had to be, I'd say, maybe 10 city blocks across. It was huge. Those who know Manhattan, I would say this cloud was as big as going from 7th Avenue or 8th Avenue over to the Hudson River. That's how wide it was, and that's how it was a little longer. And it wasn't a cloud that you can see through. It was a black cloud, and toward the edges, it was kind of frayed off. It got lighter and lighter, and it was gaseous toward the edges, but it was solid in the middle. And it had its own path. Everything was moving forward, but everything was blowing against me. So this cloud had a mind of its own. All the clouds are hanging out being clouds, you know what I mean? But this one here was going somewhere. The first thing I thought, the only thing I thought, I said, this is how the US government transports their vehicles, their UFOs, what we would call broad daylight, in a storm. Where it was going, I don't know. This thing maintained being solid with the same characteristics as it moved on, and went far. And it was so big that even when it got far over the horizon, I could still see it clear as day. And nobody noticed it. 2011, 2010, around there, phones weren't the way they were. People had phones, but it wasn't as much and infested as it is now. So we know people are always looking down. But I'll never forget that. When it hit me that this was something moving on its own, I knew there was something inside that cloud that whoever was in charge of this thing didn't want the world to see. You see what I mean? Didn't want the world to see. So that spooked me out. Now, another experience that I had, that mixed genre faves that asked me if I had any experiences with demons per se. I would say the most violent situation that I had in my life. I think I've told it once or twice, maybe once on the show. I never hid away from it. But I would have these very violent dreams. Very violent dreams that had nothing to do with me. Meaning that it wasn't a dream like I'm dreaming something and I saw something or whatever. It was that I woke up and I had this sense of urgency just to run, now how old was I? I had to be about 14 years old. And I got up in the middle of the night. I fell asleep on the couch. And I got up and ran to the front of the house and tried to go out of the window. And luckily there were curtains and shades there, Venetian blinds. The window busted. I ran full force in my sleep. Boom! And I was hysterical. I remember my eyes open and seeing things, but I wasn't seeing anything. It wasn't like I wasn't myself. My father had to come and really hold me down. My father was very strong, but even he struggled. And he was having a bad nightmare, Lance. You're having a bad nightmare. Take your time, wake up. And I was, so, well, what happened? I wasn't cut. There was no blood. This happened about 3 times. And I remember the 3rd time I was sleeping. My mother was up. I remember her screaming out and she was frightened. Like, not like, oh, something's wrong with him. It was almost like, I know what's going on. There have always been energies around me that were after me, not in the paranoid sense like they're after me. They get me, they're going to cut my neck, they're going to stab up my eye, they're going to try to get me. No, not like that. But I knew there were always forces that wanted me. Now, I had to be 4 years old, 5 years old, whatever. Yeah, I'm bad with telling ages of kids, even myself. But I'm walking. I can walk. My mother had me holding on. We were in the subway. And so she had to get something out of a bag. I'm standing there by. I was well behaved. I know not to walk off or anything like that. But she did like this. She had my hand. She reached in and reached back for my hand again. Didn't see me. Looked around. This is a crowded subway train. A platform. She looks over maybe about 25 feet. And I'm laughing, but this white lady had my hand and I'm going with her. But it wasn't like I can comprehend danger. And she wasn't looking back. She was steady footing it. And so my mother said, she stopped her, graduate of Juilliard. She had a set of lungs and diaphragm on her, like vavoom, you know what I mean? And she yelled out and ran down to the lady. The lady ran up the steps and got the heck out of Dodge. That quick. Where was I going? What was the destination? I don't know. Was it organ theft back then? Was it sex trafficking back then? Or was it some white woman that wanted to kidnap me and keep me in some upstate New York property where they couldn't find me and they just keep me for whatever? Who knows? But I always know that I've always attracted strange situations and straight up nutcases. Straight up, the nutty people, when I would be on the subways, riding on my own, grown, everybody's in order. I look at somebody sitting across, look normal, all of a sudden, what? Then you look down their shoe and one toe's poking out, one eye is looking the other way. You're like, this dude's crazy. It was always that kind of thing. But yeah, there was one night I was laying in the bed. I told this one before a lot of times, you might have heard it before. My father was coming in late because he really hate to go back to a job and finish it like for 2 hours. It's like, I'm gonna stay here till 3 in the morning and I'll be done. I don't have to go anywhere. I could just wake up and I could be home. I always had a habit of waiting up for my father, no matter what time he got in. And how old was I then? I was young. but this was the summer vacation. I knew that. I had to be 8 or 9. So I'm laying in the bed and I hear an engine come down the street, and I knew the sound of his engine. And this is, the windows are open, screens are down. It's a different time in New York then. And cars are going through, not much, but I said, that's him. I'm laying in the bed, that's him. Because he always would bring me something home to eat or to snack on, right? So I hear something pull up. I hear the little gate, the little latch, little, you know, it's like, you know, like this kind of thing. So I heard it when it opened up. He pushed it and he closed it. I heard him walk up the steps, pushed the key in the door. Now, the way we had the house arranged was rooms. There was a little hallway to the side because we always kept tenants upstairs. So each one of those rooms you can come in individually, and it opens up in the back of the house more so. So there's a bedroom in that part. My mother was sleeping. I didn't want to go in my bed yet. I slept on the edge there, I was on the chair, slept on the edge, waiting for him because I could hear him better from that part of the house. So the key was pushed in. Hallway is dark. I hear steps. And the second door in the hallway was opened up and closed. So either you'd hear him walking down the hallway to come into the back part that was open and open that door, or if it was the tenant, they'd walk up the steps. So now after all of that, I'm waiting to jump up, and nothing moves after it closed that second door. The second door was closed. My mother woke up a little bit, and she's listening to this. I said, Daddy's home, and she's listening to this, and we're waiting and waiting and waiting. And so, you know, we looked at each other. It was dark. I said, I'm not going out there. She says, it's best we wait here. Waited for about 30 minutes. It was frightening. Then I hear an engine that sounded like my father's. Then I heard somebody park. I heard the gate, walking up the steps, the first door, and then the second door. And I said to myself, if somebody's in there, they're going to find out real quick. But he came in normal. I got up. I said, Daddy, somebody came in. It sounded like that. We never figured it out. But that one was a real one. Big time. It was a real one. Other encounters, when I had the flu and I saw those eyes, I was driving, coming from the Bronx, coming down the Cross Bronx Expressway. There was a young lady that I used to visit several times a week, never early. Sometimes she might call me at midnight. So why don't you come up here for an hour or two? Okay. You all know what it was. So she had to get up early the next day to go somewhere with her boyfriend. It was one of those things. So I'm okay, you know, get a little rest you can. I'm gonna drive on home. So I would always end up going over the Whitestone Bridge. Or if I wanted to drop down to Manhattan for whatever reason or whatever, I would be up late like that and never really get tired until I hit the pillow. Some of the Cross Bronx Expressway was the Bronx River Parkway to the Cross Bronx. From Bronx River Parkway, I believe, I go to Cross Bronx, and there was a, you know, when you're going from one highway to another, you'll have that long turn. You slow down, and you see the tire marks of people who didn't slow down enough up on the side of the embankment. So I'm playing some music. I was driving a 1989 Buick Regal. One that looked like the spaceship. That's the one that the cops beat me up in. I bought that car brand new. And I'm slowing down, going up around that turn. And I look in front of me on the turn now, going on to the other highway, the Cross Bronx Expressway. And I see 4 human figures, 4 of them. And I slow down and I move to the side. It was a single lane turn, of course. They're not going to have a double, but it was wide. So I didn't want to slow down. They weren't walking. They were just standing there. It was well lit to be nighttime, but it wasn't the brightest. but it was well lit. That's all over the place, but that particular part wasn't lit up as much. So I slow down, of course, because I'm on a turn, but I really slow down. It looked to appear to be, it was a man, a woman, and 2 children. As they got close, I see that he had a suit on, and the woman had a dress on. She was obviously the mother, and the 2 young children who they were under 10 years old, probably like 6 and 4 or 5 and 7, I don't know. But the way the woman had the dress on, it didn't look like anything that was in style in the present day, right? It was something looking like from the 30s, 40s, whatever. So it kind of spooked me because they didn't turn their head. They didn't wave at me like we need a ride type thing. I mean, up there, who's going to do that? Injecting children to possible harm with a stranger. I would have taken them anywhere they wanted to go, but I don't blame them. So what was that? And I'm thinking, I kept going. Of course, I didn't see him in the rear view mirror. I looked and I didn't see him. As soon as I passed, I looked and didn't see him. I said to myself, you know what? This is what I felt. Maybe it wasn't the truth, but I felt that this was something remaining of them because they possibly got into a really bad car accident that was fatal right there. We as human beings, and we have a semblance of intellect, we have to tack on things onto situations that it may not have anything to do with that. That was my take on it. Why would they show me? Why would themselves? Did they have control over me seeing them? It was just like they were just standing there waiting for a bus. I didn't see anybody move. The mother's holding onto the hand of the little girl, and the little girl was holding the hand a little bit like, say, okay, everybody hold hands. But she wasn't holding the man, and because he's the husband, maybe he was doing something, whatever. But that's what it was. I could never figure that one out. That one kind of spooked me out. And of course, I've seen things that were of this world that was scary. You know what I mean? But that one there bothered me. I also, I was hallucinating. I don't know. But my uncle was very sick. He had pneumonia, and he eventually died. He was in the hospital. And I remember my mother being in the basement with my father. They were talking, they were playing music. And I was upstairs in one of the bedrooms. And I'm laying there. I remember I was laying there. It's like this, on the pillow on the edge of the bed. And I opened my eyes. And it was an artificial plant that we had in the corner. And I kept looking at it because it didn't look like an artificial plant. And I looked, and it looked just like my uncle Ronnie, who was in the hospital. And I kept looking for a while. I'm like, I'm spooked, but I'm not moving because I don't want whatever this is to get up and get me. I didn't realize it was him, or it looked like him. So I said, okay, if I yell out, I'm thinking like a child, because he died at 75, so I think it was early 75. I was still 11 years old. So I'm laying there. I'm like, if I get up and move, it might get me. That's how people think. If I yell, stay here and scream, it really might get me. So let me run and scream. I don't know the logic in that. So I jumped up real quick. Mommy, Daddy, Uncle Rodney's in the room. And they came up the steps, not really with any sense of urgency, because I met them at the steps because I ran down the steps. And mother's looking, father's looking. And they looked at each other. Maybe about 2 or 3 hours later, we got a call from another family member that he transitioned. Was it something? I knew he was in the hospital. I know that they were speaking about him with the possibility of not making it because things got really bad. It wasn't like he was real old. I would say at that time, maybe he was in his 50s, maybe late 50s. What's that? What was that all about? I don't know. I really don't know. But I've had just numerous different things. Me and my friend Wayne, we were sitting on his front steps. That was 1, 2, 3, 4 doors down. And back in the day, if we all stayed up late on the weekend, we were in school, none of our parents minded because the neighborhood was just so perfect. We were always on the block or on somebody's front steps. So as long as you let your folks know, Mom, I'm going to be over there with Wayne, or we're all out there, whatever. They let us stay out. They treat us, we stay as late as we want. So everybody else went home and we were sitting on his steps. And so we were kind of talking because I was about to go inside. And I look, both were facing the sky. We saw between the houses and everything, houses across the street, and above the houses, but far away, there's this thing a little glowing thing that and he was a comedian. We looked at each other. Now we're looking, right? And we see another one. It wasn't a firefly. It was too big. It wasn't close to us. This was far away, but it was something up there flying. We didn't know. We couldn't figure it out. Now here's another one that I did not witness, but so many people told me about it. And this is something that happened probably back in the 70s, 80s. I couldn't tell you the time, but I'm putting it out there for somebody who might hear this and connect with somebody, or they were there. The whole neighborhood saw this one. This was on, from what I heard, Sutphen Boulevard and Linden Boulevard in Jamaica, Queens. The timeline, I don't know. It could have been anything, 60s, 80s, whatever. Because this was told to me in the 90s when I was driving a dollar van, which I'm going to start talking about those shows on its own separate series, right? And I have the bus confessions coming, right? But the dollar van stories are crazy. But many people told me, and people that were there told me that it had to be maybe like 6:30, 7 o'clock in the evening, maybe 8 o'clock. And a spaceship, clear as can be, low, maybe like 15, 20 stories high, but this thing was big. And you can see lights on it. You can see little window-like things with things moving around. It was round, and it sat there like maybe 5 long minutes and disappeared. And even after it was initially told to me, there were other people, because I would ask about that. Yeah, I heard about it, or I was inside, my folks woke me up and I saw it from, I'm like, somebody's got to remember that story. And I wish we had cell phones and that had the cameras and everything like that. But that's something that people that don't even know each other had the same story. What was that? You see what I mean? What was that? So we don't really know. Sometimes there are things in this realm that we see, that we experience, that happen to us. What made me get up late at night in some kind of frenzy, but know in the dark to run toward the window? And I remember it was like something came over me and hijacked me, because it was like, it wasn't me. But I remember hitting that glass, but there were curtains, Venetian blinds. In the part, you know, you look at the window and the part of the wood that's there, that part was so hard, and I hit my face into it, and the glass broke. The glass broke. And I did it again to the window next to it. We had 7 little windows in that front porch area that was enclosed. See, houses back in Queens, when they made them, I think that house was constructed in 1917. And they keep doing it over and over, an open porch. And it was a style back in the day with all the houses on the block had it like they boxed it in and put windows all the way on it. So like just 1 window or 2 windows. That's the way it was. Oil was cheap back then. They never used insulation. They didn't have insulation. They just used the lath board and plaster. So this is what we're knocking one of those old houses out like that was when I tore the house out twice and built it over again over a period of years. before, after my mother passed away, and I fixed it up. And again, right after my mother passed away, I had to make it more like a family-oriented, situation. On the first floor, I had kind of pimped it out in my style. So you just never know. What's the other one? Well, we all know that I had lots of adventures when I was younger, with opposite sex, consenting adults. And you do those activities over and over and over, you're going to invite spirits, things to you with that energy. I have some kind of adult stories I can tell, but I'll leave those alone. I'll just share other ones. Now, this had to be 1993, late 93. I made the very back room that was an add-on, but before, my parents took hold of that house because I inherited it. So I made that, I was always changing things, knocking walls down. That's what I do. That's one of my talents that people don't know about, interiors and all this stuff, right? I can freak off any interior. If I can see it, I can replicate it. And I can do the tile work, all this stuff like that, but I'm gonna make it, damn, what kind of place is this? So I made it a little bedroom back there. I had this platform bed that actually, when it was a door there that I sealed off, and I pushed it in, sealed it off and whatnot, and there was a bathroom next to it. So I had a closet that was next to that back room. I knocked that open to make an entrance straight from there, and it had its own door, so you can go out the bathroom and come back into the kitchen that way. I was always doing something crazy and innovative. I was haunted that way. So I'm in that back part where the only way to get in and out is to go to the bathroom. I didn't mind it being that way, right? So I'm laying there, and all of a sudden, boom, laying down, and the wall that was right behind my head. It was like somebody took a baseball bat and did a full swing, boom, and hit the wall. Now it's wood on the outside and siding. This sheetrock on the inside and insulation. So I had popcorn ceiling going on, but little popcorn, some of them got knocked off all of my face and my eye. I was sleeping. Now I'm laying there again like, was that somebody who really hit? I had floodlights all around the house. On the side, there were 2. On the back, there were 2. Up on the second floor, there were 2. And some on the edge, they were all motion lights. Because see, by that time, crack had taken over. I had fenced all between the houses. The houses were close, had like 8 feet, 9 feet, maybe 8 feet, that much, right? I would always say if somebody next door farted, I would smell it, right? So I put this chain link fence that was at least 6 feet high, and I ran fake hedge looking stuff. It's like they come in strips, and they're expensive. And I ran this stuff through the fence to make it look like it was hedges. It was beautiful though, actually. The people who got that house got a good deal. They couldn't put nobody standing there in the yard to pull back with a baseball bat. None of the motion sensors went off, which I kept all the motion sensors at their most sensitive. That if a roach tried to walk across, bang, it would come on. I wanted the house to talk to me. I wanted to know, I don't care if the lights came on 50 million times, which it came on a lot, but if I heard noise or whatever. So this was all around the house. People know that when those lights were on, the place was lit up like a spaceship, right? Talking about spaceships. So I'm laying there like, okay, I'm kind of spooked because it hit so hard, it woke me up, but I wasn't really sleeping deep. So now I say like about 3 minutes after, I'm relaxing. Boom! I'm like, what the hell is going on here? I look outside. The lights are on, and all my windows were tinted, either with the darkened tint or the reflective tint. So with the science of tint, you know that when you open up your window to look outside, pull up on the blinds, you got to cut the lights off on the inside so people don't see you peeping. People in the big cities know these tricks. So I looked outside, nothing, nobody. The floodlights did not come on. I went maybe after the next thing happened, I went to check and they were in perfect working order and they were set. So now I doze off. I'm waiting now. Those are waiting. So I said, 2 hours went by, nothing's going to happen again. So I'm dozing off. But I didn't get all the way in. So something told me to open my eyes, look down by my feet, and there she was. This woman with this mini skirt on and these shapely legs sitting down at the bottom of the bed. She had her back arched. Oh my God. She had a hat on, wide brim. She was just well built. The leg and the backside, the little waistline. I'm just staring now. I'm like, you know, I had so many encounters in my life there and in other places. I'm like, this somebody who has a key or somebody. I was disoriented. So I'm still looking down. I never saw a face. She had this wide brim hat. Now I'm really waking up. I'm like, and as I started to wake up, she got up and just walked all sexy, walked into the bathroom and out. I just laid there. I'm like, I must have cursed. I was like, that's that shit. That's that thing. That's something from those worlds I traveled that's tacked on to me still. And it still tries. I'm not saying in a supernatural sense like that, but it still tries. That will probably be something that will follow me for the rest of my life. People who say, no, once you're delivered from that, it will never bother you. I'm not going to split hairs because I don't know that much on those levels like that. But I felt that since I was so deeply immersed in that world, throwing those kind of parties and being known that I wasn't somebody who was just a spectator and just came along. I was one who, you know, yo, Lance, what's going on? They were fiending. I was a cheerleader, not a cheerleader. I was like a orchestrator of that. I was like a CEO of that. And I'm not proud of that. But I can convince any woman, damn near, it wasn't a cocky thing. I just knew it. I talk with you good enough, long enough, you'll be at one of my parties. And it wasn't that was the goal. If you don't want to come, no problem. I'm talking to you. But it was like a snake charmer. And all of a sudden, comes the snake. That's what it was. And because I turned my back on that world, in the spirit realm, I'm not there to pull people into that world. Something was angry. And I went through some rough times, mixed with good. People on the outside didn't know it. So it was always a spiritual tug of war for me. You know, and it was always like that. Like I told you on the last show, how the people who were on the bus and I turned around, they weren't there. Little things like that to make you think. It wasn't always something coming to get you, you know? But I do see it on people in public and working with the public. I just don't always give them my eye contact. I heard it here. I think it was Tracy J. She said that not everybody deserves your eye contact because that's a very vulnerable thing to share if you're not ready. Like somebody looks at you and have an intention on you and you give them the full gaze. You can download things. And if they're more powerful than you, whether you're an evil-based person, negative, or a positive person, if they're more powerful than you in their negativity than you are in your positivity, they'll get you. Now, just glance into the chat room. I didn't know Sister Naima came in. Oh, I still got to, I'm putting up the conference line number. If, you know, we kind of tarried a little bit. Things were slow a little bit compared to last night. I'll put that link in if you want to come in, because I'd love you to come in, you know. And I know Lady J's been so quiet, she probably took a nap or fell out. So, Sister Naima, if you want to come in, bless us with a continuation of your viewpoints, feel free to do so. And I'm sorry because I was telling stories. I didn't even look at the chat room, So, yeah, let me see here. Let me see what we've been talking about. Yeah, we learned a lot. And the dialogue between the three of them was titillating on a cerebral level to the utmost, to the max, right? So if you want to come in, Sister Naima, I'm going to call you out because you had a heck of a presence last night on the show. There she is. I don't have the recorded sound effect, Sister Naima, but I'll just say it out. Let's get ready to rumble. I keep on going. I got good ones. My mother taught me how to use my diagram, right? She taught me all the opera tricks. Trust me, that's why. How are you? I'm
tired to rumble.
No, I know. Everybody is feeling it from last night. Seriously, everybody. But after when we were journalized, yeah, we're gonna do this again tomorrow.
I don't even consider that a rumble. To me, it's just sharing thoughts, and sometimes you get passionate in sharing thoughts. It's just perspective.
I kind of framed it that way, but it wasn't that, and it was beautiful actually to share that much intensity without, it shows maturity, and what we feel, get it out. But I just want you to continue on. I don't know if Lady J is awake. She might be sleeping. I don't know.
She was just chatting with me in the chat, wasn't she?
Oh, okay. All right. You never know, the phone might have died or something like that. But yeah, I'm here. Mm-hmm. There were points that you were making last night that I want you to continue on, or really kind of rehash your experiences in the church, because now the floor is yours, and in a way that those who didn't see the show last night would understand what we're talking about. Just you said it, we know it, but just kind of,
basically from my experience, from my perception, the way I see it now, even though I kind of saw it then, but I was still thinking of it along the lines under the religious construct that I was taught. So I was literally couldn't believe, I would not allow myself to believe that people would be that willfully ignorant. I just would not allow myself to believe that. In the different churches, of course, not every church, when they had the little pictures of white Jesus up, I understood people would refer to that as Jesus out in public and stuff, but it still did not dawn on me in my ignorance that they was worshiping that at all. So I was like, what in the world, so, but to witness so many people in it just blatantly ignore things that are clearly wrong, and when they have no answers, they'll just they'll regurgitate a Bible scripture or just tell you to pray about it, so it became very clear to me that they really don't know, but for some reason they don't want to say they don't know. I have respect for I don't know, because if you don't know, you don't know. And if you just want to believe it, then that's fine. It's your choice, but don't tell it, don't speak it, don't tell me or insist or try to force if you know, when you don't even know. And so you see a lot of, I had no clue either that it was so many different spiritual aspects in the church, meaning different people practicing different things within the church. My mother called everything witchcraft. She just go, oh, well, they're a witch, you know. So, you know, it's just like you tuned it out after a while because she just say everybody a witch. Because she said my daddy was a witch, my one of my other siblings' daddy was a witch, and I'm like, it was an awful lot of witches, you know, you was having kids by, you know. So, but it's by me being, you know, my pet peeve is I cannot ignore any pedophilia. I just can't. And everybody know, even though I know I can't whoop everybody, if I heard about anything, you know what I'm saying, with any of mine, my you know, family, you know what I'm saying, I was coming and I came and I mean I was throwing out threats like I was really going, you know, do something to folks, you know what I'm saying? you know, that's just a, you know, so it's just to see what, you know, what family members has went through, how traumatized they have been, how their lives have been messed up from this, and all of these people claiming to be Christians. And you, like I said, the church, you go to church, the church can't help. The church just keeps on going with you know, every week, and all they do, you know, is going there. And I love singing, you know, I sing. So, you know what I'm saying? I loved all that. And, but it was literally, the people would be so willfully ignorant, they would forget things like, and it would be like on repeat. And I pick up patterns quick. And it would just be this repeat. And I'm like, what is that? We learn a song and you forget it 6 months later? You don't remember. Oh, it's not a new song. We learned this song. Oh, you know, yes, I know the words. We learned the song, you know. But they kept forgetting, and I thought that was very odd. And so when I started having my awakening and I started grilling my mother more, to, you know, because I realized she hadn't been telling me the truth. And so when I started to grill her more and found out more things about, like, when she got pregnant with me, what was actually going on. She's, you know, she basically said, okay, they were going to these things. They were having these things after church service. They were going to these things, having full-blown seances, all kinds of things, you know what I'm saying? You know, and I'm like, well, nobody's saying anything. And then you look around and you realize this is literally what's going on. But how I had my awakening, I was so into the church, and I was like on 10. I was like happy, you know what I'm saying? I was just, you know, and it's like I peaked in that joy. And I woke up, someone woke me up at like 2:30 in the morning, and told me to read Revelations in its entirety. So I got up, I read it, and the moment I finished reading it, I felt a charge literally go up my spine, through my skull, and back down. Did about 4 or 5 times. And I'm like, what the heck is that? You know? Wow. But then I literally saw, Lance, as all those years I was reading that Bible, I started to see it for what it was. I started to see, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh my goodness. And it was like these things started coming to me. I can't describe it, but like, it's almost like memories. It's like I remember, and I'm like, well, they don't teach us. Like we be so confused even about what marriage is in that religion. So they don't teach us things, and I'm like, you know, I asked them, I'm like, to tell us just don't be shacking with people. And I'm like, you didn't tell us what was sacred. You didn't, you know what I'm saying? And she didn't have no clue what I was talking about. I'm like, I'm like, and it's literally, it's like I could see these things, and I knew that. It's like I was remembering it. It's like it all came flooding in. I'm like, I know this. I'm like, I know this stuff, and this ain't it. It's got some bits in it, but this ain't it. You know what I'm saying? So, when I kept asking, you know, because I hadn't left fully the church yet, but I kept. It was one day I was asleep. And literally, I saw, it was a black man, and you know, he stuck his face in my, I was asleep. And then how he woke me up, his face went through my face. And then when it startled me, so I opened my eyes, and he stood back, laughed, and hit me on my nose, and clear as day, and said, "Stand in righteousness," and told me to eat to sustain, not for pleasure. And then he walked away. I mean, literally through my wall, walked away.
Wow.
I'm like, okay. And so when I started asking the Christians around, I'm like, you know, I'm telling them what happened to me. I'm like, well, they were like, I don't know what that is. And literally my oldest son, because I was so frustrated with my oldest son, I told him what happened. He said, that's Kundalini. I said, huh? Like, what's that? And when I looked it up, I'm like, that's exactly what happened to me. And so I'm like, okay, so, you know, and a whole lot of things just started to shift and change. You know what I'm saying? It's like I was taken through the Bible, through the lineages. I mean, it's showing me clear as day things in there that's just not true, not accurate, deceptive. You know what I'm saying? Playing word games. It's more than one meaning to it. Even the word no was a form of trickery, because you're saying no is no. To the spirit, no is no. So you be like, oh, I am certain, or I'm sure of things, but your spirit is reading it like, no, I'm saying no. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
yeah,
you know, so it's been very, you know, and I've been through so many shifts and changes, and when I realized, I was in such shock when I realized what happened. It's like when people start, you know, they said my mother and them, they start, you know, what they use, it's just every day they started what they, you know, they started to try to pray one day when I was over there, and I literally felt something come from around her attached to my back. And I started saying, no, I mean, I was yelling, no. And they all looked at me crazy, like, what's wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, no, absolutely not. You know, and so, you know, and that's what I said. They thought I was possessed by a demon because of how I, you know, just started, you know, pushing everything back and everybody back. I'm like, no. But, you know, when I, you know, and it upset me because I'm like, have y'all I'm like, you slithering around talking about I'm possessed with a demon, but all y'all supposed to be ministers. So you can't help me. You can't do nothing for me. If you seriously thought I was possessed by a demon, you have nothing but to sit around and say, oh, she possessed. And I literally was in a place where I was I started getting attacked. But then I started to realize, I'm like, okay, so whatever this is, if it wanted to kill me, if it could, it would have. I said, so I have to start thinking a different way. I have to figure out how I can get out of this bind, which what I felt, right? And so I just started looking at things with new eyes. And you know what I'm saying? I started to work my way out of that and work my way back into a level of peace and understanding, because what I realized was, even though it seemed to be negative, that negative was teaching me something. It was teaching me how to protect myself and showing me what was going on and what had been going on, and how these entities are feeding off of people and they have no idea. And then literally, I saw what it was like. Every church service, you think that is not no Holy Spirit. That's entities having fun. They're having fun with people.
Right.
And these people willfully open up their centers to them I ain't never had no Holy Ghost, but these people willfully open up their sinners to them because they want it so bad. They want it so bad, and they open up their being to these things to just possess them. And they will, oh, it's the Holy Spirit. And it really comes from a lack of self-esteem because they want to feel important. They don't feel good about themselves. They don't feel special. They don't feel wanted. They don't feel loved. They don't feel needed. And that's what the church, pulls them in off of. They go, oh, Jesus loves you. Don't you know God thinks you're special? And the people go, yeah. And then they sit there and then they conjure up some positive energy to get them through the week. But I never needed that. I literally was there trying to help people. I wanted to really help people. I mean, that's why I was all in it. I'm leading the praise service. I'm singing the hymn. I'm helping out with, I'm at every service trying to serve, help. But it wasn't, but there was not really any change in the people. And I'm like, how many years of this and nothing's changing? And then they kept trying to hook me up. Because they had the church I was going to has a drug rehab center, and I don't have anything against the pastor or anything. He really was, spent his life trying to help people. I've known him since I was a teenager, but they kept trying to hook me up with people in the drug rehabilitation center, and I'm just being nice to people. You know what I'm saying? I'm just literally just being nice to people. So when people come to me talk to me. If the man come and talk to me, like one asked me about his clothes, and I'm like, I know drug dealers that they dress they dress they don't dress urban. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand what drug dealer apparel is. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. But I'm not thinking. I'm just being nice to people and thinking I'm being a good servant, a good Christian. But these people are literally trying to hook me up with these people. And I'm like, I started to snap because I'm like, I was married to a drug addict. I will never, you know what I'm saying? I want them to get better, but I will never, you know what I'm saying? Will knowingly go into that. Never.
Exactly. A lot of issues.
Yeah, and see, because I had already experienced that. All the Christian elves around me hooking me up, encouraging me to get with, marry, and be with a person that's not good for me. You know what I'm saying? Because they all in Christian land in their head. I can't do that. That had me ready. Like I said, I thought I was gonna have to take him out because he sure was about to take me out the way he was doing me. You know what I'm saying? Like I never do that again. I didn't even know that was in me. You know what I'm saying? Because I just, like I said, I'm really laid back, and I'm very helpful to people and loving towards people. But I learned a lot about myself in that. I'm like, you crossed me the wrong way. Yeah, I got something in me that it won't be nice, and I ain't gonna come loud and trying to get you with these hands either. But yeah, it's like I said, it's like a memory. So I started to remember these things. When I changed my name, it took me about a year and a half before I decided to go ahead and change my name legally. But when I changed my name, it's because that name came to me. And it came to me in two parts. The name I have now, that is my name. Naima Mariah is my name, my legal name now. But when I changed it, you know what I'm saying? And this is one thing about it. I'm moving cautiously and slowly because it's literally like a memory, but at the same time, everything's not clear. So when I got, it's like I knew where to go and what to do, though nobody had told me. I learned nothing and studied nothing of what people call Egypt or Kemet. You know what I'm saying? At all, I was just in Christianity. I had no idea. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know nothing about all that. I thought them was white folks, like white folks taught us. You know what I'm saying? So when these things came to me, you know what I'm saying? It literally came out of me. It didn't, you know how people say, you don't go to Africa, Africa's born in you. This literally was born in me. So, and it's like everything's been fitting into place ever since. So, but that's where I believe that I was supposed to go. I'm not saying everybody's supposed to go there. I'm saying that's where I was let to go. That's why I still don't knock anybody for where they are. You know what I'm saying? Because you have to go through and learn whatever lessons that you need to learn and go through. So I don't, but I don't like when I feel the energy of people trying to basically control me. So trying to get me to think as they think, go back into where I was, start telling me what I need to do when I'm telling, I'm fine. You know what I'm saying? You can't, and if I'm, when I ask the questions, I ask them in a way like I was never a Christian. If someone came to you, if you come to me and be like, I'm in automotives. If you came to me, Lance, and said, I don't know nothing about cars, Naima, can you tell me how to change out my alternator? I'm going to give you step-by-step detail how to change out the alternator. And you ask me, well, why? How does it work? I'm going to give you details on how it works. But when you ask Christians these questions, they go all around the mulberry bush, and they don't give you definitive answers. And that lets me know they really don't know. They're missing pieces. They don't know fully what it is. They just go by faith, which is blind faith, which is really willful ignorance. You're just trusting that this is true, though you don't know it to be true. And I have so many disagreements with my mommy, but about it. Yeah, it's been a rough road, but I think I'm like I said, I'm getting to the point to where I'm just not snapping off on people, too much. I do snap off on the Mormons when they come to the door or something. Like they stuck some under my door a couple weeks ago, and I kept saying, "What is that on my floor?" I picked it up and seen. I said, "Turn and flipped it over, seeing they white Jesus." I took it out to the middle of the street and burned it. But yeah, but I see that as demons. Anything that would do what they do and done, that's demonic. I don't care how shiny you make it. I don't care how much white they got on. I don't care how pasty it is. I don't care how bright it is. It could be bright and think it's the sun, but it ain't the sun. I don't care what, you know what I'm saying? You can't tell me, no way, no how. No way, no how. And because this is another part of my awakening that I experienced. It was like I literally felt, it was like an endless feeling of somebody ripping children from my womb over and over and over and over and over and over. And I'm like, what is, and it was like something's going on. And it's so massive that people really don't have any concept of how massive it is when it comes down to the children. And whatever, spirit is, was trying to show me this, it wanted me to know very clearly. And it is nothing to play with. And this is what's going on. And these people, just like the Dalai Lama, can sit there in front of people and let poop, which I call the Pope, sits there and do these things. People just believe, they don't give them any validation for reason to honor and worship them, but people do. What do you mean what makes them holy? Holy to what? He's doing nothing for you. How many kids have to pop up and say they messed with me, they did this to me, they did that to me, for you to get the point? There is something attached, some spiritual energetic attached to all these religions, to where pedophilia is rampant. If you're when we go into these spiritual systems, is to tap into a certain spiritual energy. So why would homosexuality was manifesting at a rampant rate and pedophilia at a rampant rate? Why is it people can't get control of their sexual lust and discipline themselves? It's just getting more out of control. And they so steeped in these religions, but it's getting more out of control. Why is it you have no spiritual protection? Why is it that nobody warned those people while they sitting there bowing their heads and giving this man hugs and kisses before he blew them to kingdom come? But people ignore. When you ask Christians, they ignore it. They just chuck it up to sin, and then they can't tell you what sin really is. They can't tell you, and they can't explain to you why they worship Jesus when nobody told them to do that. Nobody, not even the religion, but they do it. I was in it. They do it.
Yes, something to think about.
But to me, demons are just negative thought forms. They're negative thought forms. We create demonic energy anytime we're going into that part of ourselves. If I start to think evil, negative things, eventually those evil, negative things will manifest themselves. And then we're all here. We're all sharing these realms together. So we'll see them. Somebody might send one to you. Oh, I don't like Lancescurv. Where he live at? Oh, he live at this address. And they sit there and conjure all that up, and then next thing you know, you sit in your living room like, what is that? Or you trip and fall all of a sudden, you don't know why. You like, how did I do that? I was just standing there. You know what I'm saying? How did I fall like that? It depends on how strong the person has gotten.
Yes.
And like I said, this is just part of the things in my awakening that I started to, remember. So it doesn't frighten me. It used to frighten me, of course, as a little child, because I'm not knowing what I'm seeing or knowing what's going on. But things are coming back to me, and I'm seeing it very clear. And when I look up these things that I saw as a child, white folks know exactly what it is, and then this is what they practice. This is what they do. And then they disguise it under things, and then I can hear the language, I hear the code in when they say. So when they start to speak, we pray, thank Jesus, it's a code language for something else. And it's for their superiority. It's literally for their superiority. That's what it was created for. It's code for them. They've, in all the places that they've quote unquote conquered, they took the spiritual system and then whitewashed it and then removed what they don't like, to where everything directs and channels that spiritual energy into whom? They ideals, they image, and whatever, even to the degree, even if now you like, well, no, my Jesus ain't white, my Jesus is black, you still have the ideologies of them in your mind. So you still directing it to them, because you ain't changed nothing except for the color of the person in your mind. And I found it interesting about the scripture that says that, I think I wrote it down earlier. It said, it don't say what, it don't, the so-called words of Christ say to worship God But in the scripture, in this scripture, it tells you to worship the man. No, the 1 Timothy 2:5. For there is one God and one mediation between God and man. The man, Christ. The man, Jesus Christ. It didn't say the God, Jesus Christ. It didn't say the Spirit, Jesus Christ. It said the man. So, you know, if you really start to examine and break down those words, names, all the names, if you look and you go to the Hebrew, they all have meanings. It's all allegory. It's all allegory. It ain't real. It's like learning the Muppets and your 1, 2, 3s and ABCs. But it's referring to astrological things and spiritual concepts. But you know, you would never stop arguing about the Bible. And people have these arguments, it's never ending, because it's what they call the book of the knowledge of good and evil. So, like I said, the Satanists use it, and the Christians use it, and other factions use it. Because if you seeking evil, you want to learn how to develop and grow your evil power and knowledge, that book will suffice. If you want to develop and grow your good, that book will suffice. It depends on what you're looking for.
That's right.
That's what we call it, a spell book. Because it casts a spell on you to where you will defend it with your very life. And it's just a book. But I didn't feel, I started to feel those I was already very spiritually intuitive, but I started to literally feel them things feeding off of me. I'm like, what? I was literally like, what the hell is that? So I started to close off. And once I started to close off, then it stopped. You know what I'm saying? When I was little, I used to see, in the house we were in, I used to see, like I said, I used to see things at night. It would wake me up out of my sleep. And things would literally manifest in the room. So the person that lived there was practicing some form of occultism. And I've seen the image of the woman. My mother found after we moved, after us kids had to move out, she was there. She found in the attic some red hair and some gunk, she said, and something, you know, it was in the beams of the attic or something. But I've seen literally spiritually, I've seen that woman and seen what happened to her. But it was like, but I knew whatever it was I was like 3 and 4 years old. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't understand what I was seeing. But I would wake up and it would be like this little boy, I'm seeing him in the mirror, in the hallway. It looked like he was in the hallway peeking at me around the corner, but he was wearing a gorilla mask. Or this horned person. And mind you, all these are white people. So this horned person with hair all over, like the wolf man or something, and he wearing this white robe. And he just stand there and stare at you. And me and my older sister would see it too. And I saw this, what people would typically call a demon or look like a gargoyle or whatever. He had horns on his elbows and his feet. And it woke me up one day because it sat. I thought it was a friend of mine, a friend of my mother's friend, her son. We were all asleep on pallets on the floor. And I thought it was him because he had a crush on me. And so when I woke up and felt somebody sitting on me, you know what I'm saying, sitting up against me with their elbow on me, right. I'm like, I thought it was him, right? But the hairs on my body was standing up. I'm like, wait a minute, you know what I'm saying? I had my head covered. And then all of a sudden, it started digging his elbow in my thigh. And I'm like, it was like and then I realized, you know what I'm saying? It was like real pointy. So it was horns on his elbows. and it just dug in. And so I pulled the cover down. When I seen these two red eyes just looking at me, I just pulled the cover back over my head. You know, I didn't say nothing because I screamed so much every night.
I bet you.
To where, of course, the whole household was tired of me waking everybody up. So as I got older, I just stopped. You know what I'm saying? And so I just stopped. Even as an adult, I just don't say anything. If I see something, I just, don't say anything. You know what I'm saying? But I still get woken up when people die. Oftentimes, I'll wake up. You know what I'm saying? Because I can sense it. But the church has been, of course, when, going through what our people been through, of course, they needed some form of hope. They needed some form, to get them through, to conjure up some form. And it's very magical what we was able to conjure up to get us through.
Wow.
Like she said last night, the Bible gives her comfort. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, that shows where she is within herself, because she doesn't feel good about herself, and to me, it just sounds like she just has a lack of discipline when it comes, because she doesn't fully, she hasn't come full awareness as to what everything is and how to, manifest what she needs to, as far as relationship wise and whatnot. And that's where a lot of us are. But you don't feel bad about yourself, because they project guilt onto us for even having sexual desires. No, that's nature. I have no shame because I got no sexual desires. And now, if I'm irresponsible with it, that's on me. You know what I'm saying? That ain't no devil coming down and making me do nothing. That's me deciding to do whatever I'm doing.
Devil made me do it.
Right. The devil ain't tipping me. I know how to say no. But it's not about shame. They try to shame, like I said, that's why they rape you and shame you. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's your ancestors was heathens. They was naked. They wasn't bothering you. They was fine. Right. You didn't walk up on them just out there humping, having a whole orgy. They just walk around like that. It's hot outside. What you bothering them for? Now you want to be like them, having nudist camps. Leave them people alone. They want to be naked. Leave them alone. They ain't bothering you. You and your Jesus. But yeah, that's just a little bit. I've been through a lot, but my focus, like I said, me having my sons, my focus was on them for so long. I think that's what started waking me up, because once they started becoming adults, I didn't have to focus so much on them and making sure they, taken care of. I was able to start shifting to focus in on things and focus on myself more. And that's when things started to shift. And the number one thing is I determined, because my mom and them always said, I think we had a family curse. And I just declared to myself, I'm not cursed. I ain't done nothing to nobody. I ain't done bad to nobody. I'm like, what the heck I'm gonna be cursed for? I'm not cursed. No.
That kind of language will continue on.
Right. I mean, because you're accepting that. Why would you accept that? You've done nothing to be cursed. People curse, and people talk about judgment and whatnot. Judgment means I don't have the authority to put you, and that's one thing when I was in Christianity, I never saw it as me condemning anybody to a hell or putting them in heaven. I never saw myself having the ability to do that. But a lot of people do. Oh, they going to hell, or that's not my job. You know what I'm saying? not my worry, not my job. So I never did that. So when you go to the courthouse, when you go to before the judge is cursing you or blessing you, right? When he gives you the consequence for your actions, that's the curse. These people, pay attention to just the court system. When they give a 45-year-old person 10 life consecutive life sentence. What are they saying? They're saying that they got control of you even after you're dead. In the afterlife, they expect you to live out that sentence. These people literally think they have control over not just your body, but your soul and your spirit, your body and your car.
That's true.
And how I know, also when I saw that thing with the sword with the two serpents, the two vipers, it had a white wheel spinning counterclockwise, and I saw the Hebrew letter. I was too little to know what Hebrew was, but when I keep thinking about it, that's what it was. It was Hebrew writing on it. Because I keep telling my mother something they did to me in the hospital at birth that pissed me off, and it's been stuck in my craw ever since.
Right.
And when my ex-husband died a couple years ago, and we went back there. This is a hospital. It's not a Catholic hospital, but for some reason they had a chaplain there. This lady, I thought she was a nurse, and she kept following us around, and she took us back there. And then all of a sudden she asked the family, she's like, was Derek a Christian? She's like, and it was like, yeah. And it was like, well, she's like, well, do you mind if I say a prayer? And I just stood looking at it like, oh yeah, that's fine. And she pulled out this little black book and she started speaking her so-called prayer. And I'm like, I'll be damned. I'm like, what in the, while they was praying, I was just looking at her like, for real, seriously. I mean, because she was so anxious. She was following us around. It was like really, really anxious. Like she had like a limited amount of time to do whatever it is she wanted to do. That's why I thought she was a nurse. But when she did that, I was like, what in the world? Why does she need to be doing whatever right spiritual practices she doing over him? Commanding his spirit. She said, go back to the one that created you. What is that? Why do he need you to tell him where to go and what to do? Who are you? He don't know you.
Wow.
Now, mind you, I had no love for him. That died long before then, but that was my son's father, so I wanted to be there for him. But and mind you, they had his funeral the day before I left for Egypt.
Are you serious?
They had his funeral. They had his funeral that day, and the next day I got on my flight. He was mean. He was really mean.
Wow.
Yeah. But
that's
yeah.
A new level
I asked my mother, I told my mother I didn't want to believe that she put us with horrible men on purpose. You know what I'm saying? Because she's got horrible men herself. I think she just did it out of ignorance. But that let me know she didn't know what she was doing. She didn't know, she was basically pretending. They're pretending. You basically pretending. You clearly don't know what you're doing. You saying you speaking to the Lord. And I told her, what Lord? I just started telling her, that's your Lord. That your Lord, not my Lord. I don't know what that Lord is, because my Lord wouldn't do that. My Lord wouldn't tell me that I have to have my womb removed because it's going to get in the way of my ministry, because he made me female. So therefore my femininity and anything that makes me feminine is not against the creator who created me as a female. So whatever work I got to do is going to be as a female.
Mm-hmm. Wow. You're taking bites and then you get quiet for a second. It's like I'll digest all of this and just like taking a bite and.
Because it's so much, you know what I'm saying? It's literally like, I'm telling you, when all of this, it's like a flood. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like a rush of little, like I say, of memory of nothing, that memory of things that did not happen in this life mixed with things that has happened in this life, and then it makes what has happened in this life clearer.
Mm-hmm.
And you look back on instances and see how things happen when you're talking about, like, when I met my ex-husband, I see clear as day. It was a setup. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I left my house to go buy my mother a Mother's Day gift. And I had decided, because I had decided I was gonna, graduate, do it, members of my family didn't. So I decided I was gonna make sure I graduated high school first, and I was gonna go to college. I was gonna do music education because I wanted to teach kids music, and whatnot. And I had signed up. And I literally left my house that day going to give my mother a Mother's Day gift from the mall. And out of the corner of my eye, I hear this man just jump out of the blue. You know what I'm saying? Start following me around. He followed me to the mall. Now, I've seen him before. You know what I'm saying? Because we was teenagers. Well, I've seen him before, but I didn't really know him. So he followed me around, and I can't stop people. It's free world. You follow, wherever you want to go. He followed me to the mall, followed me around the mall. But then he followed me back to my house, and I was trying to get rid of him on everybody. I'm like, and I'm telling you, it's that Christian thing to keep you. I'm saying, my mother, anything when it came down to Christian, they just so it's be good because it's Christian. But
Yes, for real.
So and honestly, oh my gosh, it's so much. My mother always told me, my mother didn't discuss sex with me. And I was a virgin until I was 18. I was a virgin until I met him, because I was determined to not, to take care of my business, But she never talked about sex with me. I don't think she ever said. One day she told me, I was about 14. She told me, the Lord told me that you can't get pregnant, and I just stopped and looked at her because I'm like, why would the Lord tell you that when I'm not stupid? I knew what it takes to have that. I'm like, I ain't even having sex, so it was odd to me. And then the other time she's like, don't ever kiss a boy and tell him no. And I'm like, yeah, she told me that, don't ever kiss a boy and tell him no. And so when I didn't know about having a boyfriend, because I had never had one really, except for third grade. We just said we was boyfriend and girlfriend. That was about it. But when I started so-called dating this man, and it took, like I said, it took some pressure because, I wasn't studying him, and like I said, people tell you being me, so I'm like, okay. So I went in Christian mode. And one day his sister picked me up. She came. I didn't really know these people all that well. She came, she picked me up. She's like, come on, ride with me. So I got in the car with me and him, got in the car with. We rode around. She took us a whole bunch of different places, and she had me in the car all day to where he got out at some point. And I kept saying, you're going to take me? She said, I'm going to take you back home. I'm going to take you back home. She never took me home. She she got tired. She went to her house. So I'll take you home in the morning. I don't know these people. I'm freshly 18 years old. And he wasn't there when we went to sleep. So in the middle of the night, I woke up to him like all over me. You know what I'm saying? I'm pushing, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, no, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? What the hell going on? I was a virgin. I wasn't trying to be with him like that. I didn't know him like that. But then, you know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking to myself, is this a setup? What the hell? You know what I'm saying? Who the hell? What the hell? You know what I'm saying? I don't know these people. I know somebody got to hear me, but nobody hearing, nobody's stirring, nobody, you know what I'm saying? So I'm panicking, and then the words of my mother came in my head, don't kiss the boy, tell him no, you know what I'm saying? Because I didn't kiss him, he kissed me, I was asleep, you know what I'm saying? It's like I went into shock, and he forced himself on me, but I'm still paranoid because I don't know, you know what I'm saying, what exactly going on, what you know what I'm saying, So I'm thinking then from that point on, that's my fault, that it's my fault. So I didn't say anything. You know what I'm saying? I didn't say anything. And he went around the next day bragging to everybody. Oh, she was a virgin. Yeah. And then I felt I was stuck because now he done tainted me. He done violated me. You know what I'm saying? So I felt I was stuck.
Wow.
And my mother, he would come over there. He would come to our house, and my mother would get later and later, and I'm expecting my mother to be like, okay, time to go home. She would never say time to go home. She would just let him be there. Just let him be there all night. So, and so then I ended up pregnant a few months later. And of course, I didn't go to school. I didn't go to college. Like I didn't go to my class like I was supposed to, because I ended up pregnant. And then 2 months into that, it ended up being a miscarriage. So but it didn't abort itself. So I didn't know until I went to the doctor and they didn't find a heartbeat. So then I went to a deeper shock. You know what I'm saying? And mind you, he wasn't mean all this time. He wasn't mean to me other than the rape. He did, he wasn't mean all this time, right? And when I went, after when they had to do a DNC to remove it, and I was just in a funk, you know what I'm saying? From that moment, I just, was just in a state of shock, so, after that, they was all in my ear, all of the Christian elders. Oh, it's because you wasn't married. 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 I'm saying, like, why do I need to marry this? You know what I'm saying? Because you wasn't married. I'm like, okay, I want to do what God say do. So I went ahead and married him. And literally 2 weeks after I married him, my sister asked me to go to the store and buy, like she always did, go to the store and give me this. You can buy whatever you want. And he got so mad. He got so mad at me. Or he snatched me up. I was screaming at the top of my lungs. He literally, I thought I was gonna die that day. He choked me till I darn near passed out. And so that I went into deeper shock. And I didn't say nothing to nobody. And it took me, we weren't together that long, maybe not even 4 or 3 years, but I ended up getting pregnant the next year and having my son. And that was literally motivation for me, because I didn't know he was on drugs either. So when I started realizing that and not understanding, what it was, then I started to look back, what I'm saying? Then I understood, I wasn't around people that got high and stuff. So I didn't know that. And as young as we were just teenagers, 17, 18 years old. And I just, like I said, I just went to get away from him. I just went numb. I just stopped caring. He pulled a big old knife on me, tried to stab me up, but it didn't touch me. I don't know where I found the strength of, but I picked him up with one leg and threw him across the room. He hit that wall so hard he was dazed. But yeah, but that's what it praying didn't help. Nothing helped except for me just going empty, going numb and going empty. Not a scripture could help, nothing. The people around me supposed to know couldn't help me. They didn't want to help me. They, like I said, they let him in when I'm studying. They let him in. 25. Here he come. The battered women's shelter let him come. The police laughed in my face when I called them. Said, "What do you want us to do?" I'm like, okay. So that's when I thought I was gonna have to kill him. I really did. I thought I was gonna have to kill him. I went and got a FOIA card. I thought I was gonna have to kill him. I didn't have to get the gun because they said when I went numb, all of a sudden the laws literally changed right then. They changed and they started to prosecute on their own. And so they picked it up, and then after a while they sent him to prison. And I ain't look back because I don't care. I didn't care. But still, you know, people act like, and his family members act like, oh, well, yeah, oh, you know, when you tell them about, oh, yeah, oh, you know, I'm like, if they had it their way, I would have stayed with them. If they had it their way. But yeah, but I still was, you know, consider myself a Christian for all that time, and I still was in, you know, off and on in the church. And like I said, at the time of my awakening or shift, I was like so fully into it, paying tithes and all. And whomever that spiritual guy was that showed up, it showed up and brought me out of there. It took me out of there. The church is full of demons.
No doubt.
And the people they blame, the people getting violated are the ones they blame. They blame them. They blame the children. Mothers will blame the children, the daughters for being there, when they the ones gave them access to their daughters. And you know, without going into too much detail about, you know, too much personal business, because, you know, I don't want to put everybody's business out there, but yeah, I just have seen too many family members and whatnot be sexually violated as children and them struggle as adults, and they never fully seem to recuperate. And all those people got to tell them is pray to Jesus, read your Bible and pray, and it's gonna fix it. It don't fix it. It don't. It just gives them hope. It'll give a person hope, because it'll give them something to latch on and believe in. And that's all they selling is hope. They selling hope for the hereafter, but nothing to resolve now. And since then, what I've learned since then, and the little bit of travel I done done, and like when my trip to Egypt, I picked the Quasies on purpose because I always love learning, and since it's an educational tour, and it was very educational, but I can see so many different things in these things, and like I say, churches are basically Masonic halls. That's all they are. That's masonry. It's Masonic temples. That's it. The funerals they give, they're Masonic rituals. If you're not a Mason, why are you doing a Masonic ritual? Because that's what people do. That's what they taught you to do. This is what you do. And you do this over the person. You don't speak of their ill. You don't speak of all the dirt and evil that they have done. You just speak of all good and send them on in the afterlife. Send them on to heaven. And then the people they hurt sit there and hurt. And then when it comes down to forgiveness, When I look at the definition of forgiveness, it means to basically absolve them of all consequence. Now, mind you, when I was in it, I forgave my ex-husband. I forgave my youngest son's father. He wasn't abusive to me. But he basically, didn't do nothing for the boy. But I did for him, so that's what matters to me. But I forgave them all, you know what I'm saying? Because I own up to my part. Even though I might have been in ignorance, I still own up to my part. I played in it. So that's why I don't like ignorance. I don't like it at all. And so if anybody, comes to me and tell me that you should pray to this person, this deity, then you need to explain to me who is this deity and why and how can they help me. And you need to give me clear explanation. And then, like I say, I don't just say, yeah, you can pray for me anymore. I'm like, no, don't pray for me. But I'm gonna pray for you, because people get mad at you and go, I'm gonna pray for you, and I just tell them, please don't, because one, they in the wrong energy, so they're not meaning it nice. So what you finna pray for is you finna pray against me because you mad at me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So if it's something you want to help me, right? If you want to help me, and I want to come in agreement with you spiritually, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't got to be in the same faith to come together spiritually. Praying means to set your intention. When you say pray, you see that lion when it gets that gazelle set in his eyesight. That's praying. You're setting your spiritual intentions to manifest. So who am I praying to? You know what I'm saying? And why? Why do I need to pray to a man named Jesus? For what? What is he doing for me? Because he clearly ain't doing it for them little kids getting raped by the priest while he's saying, oh, yes, Jesus. He clearly didn't come when I called, when I'm saying, oh, Jesus, help me, when I'm getting the hell choked out of me. I hadn't done nothing. I had to muster up the spiritual will and drive from deep within myself.
Wow.
And the whole, when you're talking people, like my beginnings of recognizing other religion, good people in other religions was, even though I was a Christian when I was in, we were staying in Nashville, Tennessee. My husband was on drugs really bad, and I had my young son there. My son was still, I don't think he was a year yet, but our power got turned off because he of course, he go do up all drugs, all his money. Then he took my check and did drugs money, so we couldn't pay the rent, couldn't pay power. It was freezing. And a Jehovah's Witness came to that door, black lady. And I told her I was Christian. I'm not no Jehovah's Witness. She said, it's okay. I'll just come and read the Bible with you. And I was like, okay. And she came every Wednesday and read the Bible with me. And then she's like, do you need anything? And I told her the situation. She said, okay. So she helped them. She helped me. And she took me to their Kingdom Hall. And in that Kingdom Hall, it was really different. It was really very similar to what, regular church service. And those people were different from any Jehovah's Witness I ever witnessed up here in Central Illinois. They were completely different. And I was thankful for that lady and her assistance. And it didn't matter to me. She was Jehovah's Witness. She never pushed her stuff on me. She never said, well, you must be a Jehovah's Witness and you must work. She never did. She showed me who she was and what she believed and helped me as a human being.
Have any of these people ever apologized to you?
My mother apologized to me years ago for marrying me to him, but that was by the behest of my older sister, basically presenting it to her that she was wrong. But it's okay. My ex-husband, for over 20 years, that man, every time he saw me, every time he called me, because like I said, I was in Christian mode, so I was very forgiving, very patient. So I was able to separate and speak to people as human beings, long as they was being respectful. And I never kept my son from him. So I did have to make arrangements to where he would only be able to see his son by taking him. I would take my son to his auntie house, and then he'd go over there and spend time with him and whatnot. I never let him in my house until my son he only came like twice. But he was really sick from the drugs and diabetic. So my ex-husband, not my son, but he would, be having regular conversations with him. He'd go, "I love you, baby." My nickname is Baby. "I love you, baby." And then I just hang up the phone. You know what I'm saying? That's love. I don't want it. You know what I'm saying? So, so I could have let him, I honestly had the chance to let that man die 4 times throughout the years. I was around when he was going into a diabetic coma, and it was literally me that convinced his sister and whatnot to call the ambulance, because the kids kept complaining. I went and checked on him and seen that he was, out of it. So I could have let him die. So if I was holding any animosity, any vindictiveness, I could have just let the man die. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't. But I never really heard him say he's sorry to me. He said, towards the end there, he kept on giving the hospitals and stuff my phone number. And I know I had a really, really easy phone number at the time. So he kept giving my phone number like I could do something. I kept explaining to the hospital, I'm not related to him. I'm not married to him. My son is not even an adult, so he can't even, do anything. He can't be his emergency contact. Like, you have to call his, other family, his family. And so one day he called because he said the people at the hospital, the nurses and stuff, was mistreating him. And he kept on, he's like, I ain't even done nothing. They keep doing this. I ain't done nothing to these people. And so I stopped and I said, well, what did I do to you? What did I do to you to make you treat me the way that you treated me? And he stopped and he said, well, you know what, baby? I'm like, what? He said, you didn't do nothing. He said, you didn't do nothing but try to love me and take care of me. And he still didn't say, I'm sorry. And this was a pattern, literally a pattern. I haven't been in a lot of relationships. I've only had 3, what you would consider serious relationships. But all of them acknowledge that they say, I'm a good woman. You know what I'm saying? I've done nothing wrong. You know what I'm saying? They acknowledge there's something wrong with them. You know what I'm saying? They acknowledge there's something wrong with them. But being in the religion, how I was trained, literally, we're trained to ignore all those things and be like, oh, they're going to change. They get, you know what I'm saying? They'll get better because, they in the religion too. So, they're going to get better. God going to fix, Jesus going to fix it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So, and plus, like I said, but, I got family members, you know what I'm saying? Some family drug dealers, some people, you know what I'm saying? So, we got all kinds in my family. So it's like, you love your family. So, it doesn't, you don't really think, because we're not being trained to even know what a quote unquote good suitable mate is. We just learned we're taught to just love people no matter what, and hope for the best. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, when you're a person like me who's not mistreating people, you don't expect to be mistreated. And then when you're believing that you're doing right and you're serving God like you're supposed to, you're not understanding when people are constantly mistreating you, even though you keep walking right into it. And I just refused. I couldn't, even though it took me 40 years, literally 40 years, to just say no,
never.
Done. Huh?
Right. Better late than never.
Yeah.
At least you know it.
It took me 40 years to just stop. And that was me shifting and like I said, going through this awakening. It's like, no, don't make any sense. Don't make any sense. So I don't care what nobody talking about. I don't care what nobody doing. If it don't make sense, it don't make sense. And all the people that's been using me, you know, I don't mind. Like I said, I don't mind helping. But when you just want to stay willfully ignorant and you can do it yourself, stop calling me. Stop calling me to come do something because you don't want to know how to do it. The internet right there, watch YouTube. That's what I do. I don't know. I didn't know how to put these cabinets in my house. I didn't have $10,000 in the bank, but I needed some cabinets. So I figured it out. I watched the YouTube. I went to the Home Depot. I asked the people and I sat here and put that in piece by piece. Not because I knew what I was doing. It ain't perfect, but it looked good. Can't nobody tell. You had $10, you ain't got $10,000, or you ain't gonna come do it, then leave me alone. But that don't mean I want to come to your house now and put in some cabinets. I didn't like it. I don't like doing it. You know what I'm saying? I do what I need to do. I'm in automotives not because I like cars, not because I like working on cars, but because when I was going to school for music education, the state was helping to pay for my child care. And in the middle of it, they told me, we're not paying anymore. Pick off this list. They gave me a list. And I got mad and I looked and I said, well, I don't know nothing about cars. That's how I end up there. And they pay well. So that's how I end up there. And I don't like my job, but it's took care of me. It took care of my sons, took care of a couple of foster sons, and it's still taking care of me now. I'm ready to get the hell out of there, but it's still taking care of me. It was a means to take care of myself, not because I was competing with no man. Everybody know I'm a very feminine woman. I ain't no damn butch. I ain't no gay. I ain't no lesbo. I don't even act manly. You know? They keep trying to make since I've been in the office at work and not working in the shop anymore. They got a little aggravated with me because I refuse to wear the uniforms I put on. I'll be wearing dresses and everything. I don't care. But yeah, some things are done out of necessity, and that's why I don't see what all these gender wars is about. You have to see and know what we have been through as a people. It's been out of necessity for survival. Think I want to go in there working with all the white men every day? I literally work in a male 99% men, and out of that 99% men, it's about 95% white men. And I learned a lot about them, being amongst them. Some of them are very nice. Some of them have been very helpful. Some of them are very odd. Some of them are very strange. But I did what I have to do to get through. As long as nobody invade my space. They know I have my boundaries in my space. It'll work. So I've been there over 20 years and been there 23 years. So I made my way. And any man I get with, They just have to know this is how I got here. You don't want me checking my oil, then I suggest you just go on out there and do it. Because I ain't going to keep telling you. It need to be done. Yeah. So and what people have to recognize too, like a lot of people, I was trying to explain to them last night, a lot of us are coming from a place of hurt because we were lied to and fooled, and we've been traumatized. So when we're speaking and we're speaking so passionately, it's because that's where we're speaking from, and you can't fix it, and you can't sit there and tell us them same lies, and we're gonna be like, oh, okay, well, maybe. No, the Creator don't require that I rededicate myself to something that has harmed me. It's like the slave master. You kidnap me, enslave me, rape me, and beat me, and torture me, and then be like, okay, well, I give you Sundays off if you worship, if you say you're a Christian and worship white Jesus. What you gonna do? Say no? You're gonna be like, I'm gonna get a day off. Okay, fine. Any relief from the torture and torment. So am I supposed to be thankful to him because he gave me a day off? Them people don't deserve my thanks. I don't give a damn about no apology. I don't need no apology. Damn your apology. Sorry, don't fix it.
It's a lot to digest. You've been through so much.
And still, what concerns me most is how, wondering how are people gonna get to the point where when people are so mentally and physically and spiritually sick in masses to where you're constantly hurting and harming the smallest and most vulnerable. How are we going to stop this? It's global.
Exactly. And it's been going on.
Yeah. This old lady that used to live across from my mom, Miss Emma, she sit there and say, my mama, of course, like she said, oh, the Lord, and the woman said, well, we used to go to church when I was a little kid. And we'd be in them cotton fields all day, and we was in church, and all they was doing was the deacons and stuff was trying to mess with us. I'm like, damn. The woman, she did, what I'm saying? Why be mad at her? Why call her evil when she's a product of where she comes from? This is what she was tortured and tortured. She was born and raised and tortured and tormented in the cotton fields, working as a little bitty, little teeny tiny child. And then the only reprieve she get is they dragging her to church, and then people in there being perverted.
Straight up.
Now she at the end of her life. What's she supposed to be?
So they get free reign and protection.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? You're going to have to just start taking these people out. Once they know for sure, not just hearsay. That's what they do. Let them know what they did. Get a hold of them, isolate them, let them know what's going to happen, and put the word out. This is what's going to happen to you. We don't care who you are. We don't care if you have a high position in this church, that church, Catholic church, this, that, Buddhist, whatever. let the world know there's a vigilante force out there that is observing and watching and investigating and will strike unexpected. You do this, this is what you get. You did it 50 years ago, you're going to get it as soon as we find out. Plain and simple. Let them know. And then now, if something like that was to happen, trust me, the powers that be would be trying to hunt the guys down, getting street justice on these pedophiles than the pedophiles themselves. So they ain't doing nothing now on the bodies that are stolen, the teen girls and little boys and little girls, black girls all over the country missing. Okay. We got a force of people out here who would take their spare time and they're scouring through the streets, watching the little black and white vans pick up here. Okay. Don't let us catch you. Don't care who you are. You could be a little 20-year-old that lives next door that done rape somebody. We're going to get you too. But we going to the church. I would get up, let me tell you something. I would get up in the middle of a service when they have that part where they say, does anybody want to get up and have something to say? I would just say it like this, just to scare them at first. I said, I've spoken to a few individuals here, and I'd like to continue our dialogue in forming a group of concerned individuals who are interested in instant justice for these young kids. And they'll say what they talk about. Anybody found to have molested or touched, and we can confirm it, then we delete them off the face of the earth immediately. My number is 407-0755. Contact me, and we're going to start this. We're going to have some training on how to be covert. We are doing this ourselves. We are not working with the law that never works along with it, because we know that Freemasons and law enforcement, all them work together to cover themselves up. Yeah, and the pastors. So you might want to start looking after us, because you don't do nothing for the kids, but this will happen. And we will put a signature on every hit we do. Man, what happened, man? The pastor got killed. He caught a bullet in the head. It must be that group. And put the name of who they did something to right there on the paper. Oh Lord, you're gonna be on the FBI's most wanted list. I'm slippery. We'll be slippery. Because we won't live normal. We won't have no cell phones. Even though I gave a number out, that's for somebody else, right? We won't have no cell phones. We'll be off the grid, and we'll be supported by the public.
Well, think about it though. This is the part of the code that I hear when I hear them talk. So when I hear them say, when they keep on the rule of law, they're literally saying they're trying to rule what we could call God's law or the law of nature. They're trying to control it. They're literally writing over, like they say we say they whitewash things. They're literally, that's what they're doing. They're basically saying whatever you think, they'll say, oh no, it's fine. When they declare it, write out a critic for it.
Right.
Then they select, then they say that, they go, oh, the pandemic is officially over. What do you mean? You mean to tell me anybody got it right now? I guarantee you somebody has it right now, but they declare when it is and when it ain't by they rule, meaning by their own minds and their own thoughts. And then people go along with it. That's the craziness. Why do people just go along with whatever they come out with? And then you just go marching up and down the doggone street. They're playing games with people. You think it means one thing, it means another thing to them, because it has more than one meaning. So when I hear them speak, I hear two different codes. Why do they say, oh, doing the third reconstruction of what? Reconstruction of this damn ideology. It has failed. It has failed. The United States has failed as an ideology 3 times. What is a first world? Oh, they go, oh, that's the first world, a third world country. It does not mean that you are poor. It means that you are the old, and this is the new world. When they say giving birth to it means giving birth to a new idea. They're pregnant in the mind, not the stomach, the mind. They impregnate the people with a new lie, a new deity, which ain't really new, but you know what I'm saying, a new concept, and then people try to live it out. That's all they're doing. That's what Masons is. They are not the same thing as the Kemites, which the Sarah, which they got the name Sarah from and put it on females, but it's Sarah. Those priests are different. They practice something different than these Masons. They based it off of what they could learn from Kemet or Egypt, but it's not the same thing.
Understood.
And then back to the Bible. In the beginning, like I said, one thing that I remember, I am all that was created in the beginning. So if you want to look at the book, if you're going to use the Bible to understand that all that is said that God created in the beginning, that's what you are. That's what you are, the elements. You are air, fire, water, ether, mind, body, spirit, soul. It said he created male and female. He created him. That was before he formed them out of the ground. So those who sit up there and lie and say, oh, and use the Bible and say, oh, man, woman was created to help the man. No. And if you think that you came from a man's rib, I question your intelligence. I didn't come from no man's rib. Because as a creator myself, why would I create a creature, then forget about him, make the male first, who can't reproduce itself, then forget about it, be as a after all, oh, you know, I didn't make him no mate. Let me put him to sleep, do surgery. How can he just form the woman out the ground? No, let me put him to sleep, do surgery, and then form him when he wake up. Oh, here you go. Foolishness. And then from there on out, she has to give birth to every other human on the planet. That makes sense to anybody. You are created of everything in the cosmos. So all that the Most High, God, or whatever, you know, whatever you want to refer to, the highest authority, where we all come from. You came from what you call heaven. You came from the Creator. What are you talking about? You came into body. You came into being, meaning you came into a body. You came into physical form. And when you leave it, you leave out of physical form. And as me, as a creator, I don't need anybody to sit around just worshiping me. Oh, you're so wonderful. Oh, you're so great. Oh, you're so. I get tired. But why are you following around? Do something. It's okay to say thank you. It's okay to be thankful. It's okay to be in a state of thankfulness and gratefulness. But don't know God need you sitting around there doing that. Just sitting around just, oh, like what do you think? He gonna throw you some, your God gonna throw you some trinkets. He gonna throw you some Scooby snacks like you a pet. Saying, good boy, good girl. Good job. Be thankful. Always be in a state of thankfulness. Always. Wake up and thank the Creator for life. But what are you doing with it? If all you're doing is sitting around just worshiping, you ain't doing nothing. So if you're going to use whatever book you're going to use, if you're going to use whatever spiritual practice you're going to use, I suggest you use it wisely and get what you need out of it. But don't hold on to those tools for dear life, because the tool is not where the power comes. The power comes from within yourself.
Okay, we're going to add Brack into the stream, but continue talking, Naima. Brack, your line is open.
Hi, greetings, Lance, and to the lady. Greetings to everyone on the panel, on the
Greetings.
chat.
Greetings. Welcome in. How are you tonight?
I'm good. I've been listening for a while. I didn't catch the beginning, but if I can put some 2 cents in, I'm gonna try.
Sure,
yes,
take your time.
Very welcome.
So I just want to add, and feel free to discard this if it's not useful, but I just wanted to add that I think we're rising, us, meaning Black folks, Africans, we're really rising, but there's no one to applaud us or to let us know that we're rising, but we are, and we just need to know that we are. And I think that's what's sending them in a panic and getting them in a frenzy, which is why they're going nuts and bringing out all these, gender dysphoria and all these things that are so blatant, so properly packaged. Usually they package this really good lie and we buy into it, and you know what I mean? But now they're at this point that they're just throwing anything, because I believe we're rising and that we should continue to do what we're doing, like talk to each other, stick with each other, try to push that we could eventually get to the point of, buying Black, buying from each other, and just having to deal with each other only. I think that's really helpful.
Yeah.
Beautifully said. Said.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, you can continue on. You were getting good.
We in this for the long haul. Okay, in my experience, I kind of divided the world into 6 stages, right? So I don't know. I've been, I haven't had anybody to really help me. So I kind of came up with my own little formula, and I kind of divided the world into six points, 6 stages. One is ancestral. One is world of action, world of speech, world of thought, chaos, and paradise. And I see that we're always struggling. We're always down with the struggle. And at the same time, you see that we're always complaining. But I think what's happening is we're not defining what we're struggling for. What's the end goal? And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the end goal should be paradise. We want that world how it was before they came, before them folks came, you know what I mean? We want everybody with their little farm, and we're all working and we're doing our thing, and we have laughter, we have dances, we have singing. I think that's what we want. And how to get there, we are getting there. It's just taking a while, but because we got we fall into a lot of detours, but I think this whole social media thing, that was really, really helpful because it got us talking to each other. Now I have so many friends, Jamaican, African, African American. I don't think I would have met so many people if it wasn't for social media. So I think we got to keep using it for good. It can be used for bad, of course. But I think all this dialogue is helping us to realize, oh, you too? Oh, they do that over there? We're all in this. And so for the people who are still stuck on drugs, alcohol, or whatever vice, those people in the way I see it, they're kind of dead but living, right? And And I see other YouTubers, they'll shout like, what's the matter with you? You can't, they'll like disparage them as if that's supposed to make them wake up. And I think that's not the answer. Talking harshly, screaming in their ear, that's not the answer. I think the answer is because they're in that state, we need to talk to them through the words of the ancestors, right? That's more powerful, I think, to them. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, like I think precious stones would help, like a necklace or something to open up the chakras, stuff like that. I think that's what they need. And then when they finally get to the point of dropping all these vices and they realize, okay, you know what? I am something. I'm not a nothing. I don't have to drown myself in drugs. And let me start working. Then they're in the world of action, right? And I think that's where, I don't know if I can say that word, white folks. I think that's where they want to keep us, with chattel slavery, forever working, but for them. But no. I think we should work, yes, but for us to build our world, and we're doing it. We are doing it. I can see, even though the media does not show it, I can see it. And I think we're at the, what's the word, precipice? We're at the precipice of the next world, which is speech. And speech, we're really trying. We're trying to get a code of conduct going. I think Neely Fuller did a good job. Thank you, Raw Reality. Yeah, so I think Neely Fuller did a good job with his compensatory code. That's one thing. I think, yeah. Mm-hmm. I think even Ma'at is a good thing. I don't know. As far as I think, I don't know. What do you guys think?
I mean, I think that. I agree with you. I think we're all here to help usher it in. I think we're all bringing information and practices that worked well in the past, and we're bringing it. Like I said, it was born in me. You know what I'm saying? So it just. And I needed, like you're saying, the crystal stuff, I just needed a jolt. You know what I'm saying? I needed a jolt. You know what I'm saying? I needed, it helped me. You know what I'm saying? But, if somebody had been walking around me to my son, wake up, I would have been looking at them like, what you talking about? I'm awake. I'm looking at you. You know what I'm saying? Right. So I think that certain things as we continue will start to trigger, because I'm starting to notice quickly how even how we're communicating and the language is changing. We're starting to talk about things that I never heard before, especially being in Christianity, you know what I'm saying, amongst, people, even people in the religions are starting to use the same terminology, and then starting to try to figure out how they can shift. Like they don't want to completely let go of what they had already started building, so they're trying to figure out how to infuse, you know what I'm saying, the information into what they, had started. So yeah, I do agree with you that that it's happening very quickly.
And to answer, somebody wrote, how does the stones help? I believe it helps because stones, especially precious stones, they vibrate, right? And our bodies vibrate, and certain parts of our body vibrates the same way as some of the stones, as certain stones. Wait, my kid is calling me. I'm sorry. Okay, right? So, for example, sapphire is said to open mental blocks. Like just being around the sapphire, you can think more clearly. You can be more creative and stuff like that. And I don't remember the other stones, but I think if someone is at that point where they're so lost, they're so hurt, they can't help themselves, then you need to give them outside help, like the stones. That's, I could be wrong, but that's my thinking. But right now, I feel like we're at the edge. We're right at the point of speech. And we got to get our speech right. We got to get our words accurate. If we could have our own language, that would have been great, but, whatever. And so we have to deal with the people at that level. And there are people at that level that will try to prevent us, like at that level, we got to be careful about buzzwords. People will probably call us the N-word, or probably say things like, oh, so-and-so was cursed. No, we have to just reject it, completely reject, anything that's not building, reject. I'm really enamored with this. I love to see, we're like a blooming flower. You know what I mean? We're like developing. Thank God, Okay, but anyway, we're at this world, the point of speech, and there will be I feel like Kanye, he is really intuitive and smart, and I think he kind of sees that we're at that point, and he tried to jump in front, but I don't think he did it so right. But whatever. Okay, so after speech. Oh, the other thing that is included in speech is knowing how to control our spirit. Because if somebody says something to us, if we're not careful, we can be thrown to the wall. They'll say, oh, your mother this and your father that, and therefore you something bad. And if we're not careful, we'll be so devastated. It'll take us 2 years to get over it. No, we have to be really, really ready. And the only way to be ready is we have to have a team, at least 10 people with us, giving us encouragement, saying, okay, we can do this. You got this. No, you're a good person. Also, we need to understand that there's 3 ways to say something. The regular way, I could say, oh, you're different. The positive way, I can say you're unique. That's, nice. Or the negative way, which is you're weird. You know what I mean? We just have to understand there are different ways to say something. And the media will always try to say negative things about us, right? But we just have to understand that's not it. And we're not there yet, but then comes the thought world. And I think that's where we actually fight white supremacists. And I'm a little scared of that, but I'm sure we can do it as long as we have a team, as long as we're in control of our spirits. We don't get easily pushed off our square because somebody said something. We have to control our emotions, and we can control our emotions. But in English, it'll say something like, "I am angry." As if to say you become the anger. And that's absolutely what we should not do. We can have anger, but that spirit cannot rule over us. We have to be in charge of the spirits. You know what I mean? Emotions are, I believe, spirits. And we have to know in this stage that we're in now, we have to know that we control the spirits. We're the chariot rider, right? The horses, the spirits are the horses, and we control them. So we can choose when we're going to be angry. We can choose to be in joy. We can choose to be sad. We must be able to choose these things. Too many jealous people in our community. That's so sad. That's so sad because
that's true. Because I always tell people, because they go, "Oh, who broke your heart?" And I'm like, my heart's not broken. I've been disappointed. I've never had a broken heart. My heart been pumping just fine. My heart's working. I still love the people I love. So I don't know what you mean by just because I got disappointed, I became sad from that disappointment. Does not mean I have a broken heart. My heart ain't broke.
Right.
And then I don't use that symbol they use as what they call a heart, because they don't look like nobody's heart. They look like a butt print to me. So I don't use that symbol. But I understand what people are trying to convey when they do it. So I don't get offended, but I'm like, I don't use it.
Yeah. So right now we're in the realm of speech, and we still have a lot of work to do. People are so triggered. It's like we need to stop getting so triggered. But at the same time, I do see YouTubers, they like that we're triggered and they use it. They're so mean. Like, it's like sometimes these YouTubers are like public lynchings. It's
because it's for money.
Yeah.
And so they've developed a business based off of basically cultivating energy, which is what a lot of the system is based off of. It's about energy cultivation. Whether you're going to church, whether you're going to court, whether you're going to the game, it's energy cultivation. So they're cultivating the energy by getting you emotional. And people like when people get hyped and whatnot, and so people start throwing money at their channel when they got drama going on.
Wow.
You're exactly right.
But it keeps us in that emotional place, which is not really helpful for growth.
We can't worry about those. We have to, I just keep it moving and leave them where they be. That's why I really don't want to argue with people. I'm open to sharing thoughts with people, but I really don't want to argue with people about my own thought. This is where I am. I'm respecting, and that's why I try to make it clear. I'm trying to respect where you are. But if me asking questions is offensive to you, that doesn't make any sense to me. I'm asking you questions. I know that questions may be intensive, but that's how my mind works. I've always been a person. I love to learn, and I love listening to people and understanding people's different thoughts and ideas. And even though I may express that I don't agree, and may elaborate why I don't agree, it's not me thinking anything poorly or saying you're horrible. I'm not attacking you. You know what I'm saying? Even though I may be passionate, I'm not attacking you unless I'm feeling like you coming at me like you trying to like say force me into something I don't want to be in. Then I'm fighting. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
You know what it is too? There's so many people out here fragmented in their looped over madness that many of these YouTubers tap into those communities because those YouTubers that like to thrive from the money that they get from drama, they don't even half the time believe in the category that they're touting. They'll switch up. They can switch up to the other side and never show their face and change their voice and get money that way, whatever is popular. Like I said, there was one very popular right now, and he has a lot. Everybody knows him, but many years ago he was on YouTube talking about black women are hoes and bitchs and breeders and hair-hatted hoes, and they're no good for nothing except meeting criminals and stuff. And one day he took his videos down. The next week he had a suit and tie, talking that black love and black power, making his news platform or whatnot. But this is what I can't say feel, and I can't say I know, right? But it's somewhere in the middle. The government is working along with some of these people. The hours and years that I put in on this thing, I can see that. I can see a pattern with these people. There's also a big category with black men going against black women going against black men, and it's looped over, and they depend on your past pain and frustration, and you're trapped there like a fly on fly paper. And when you get a chance to argue, you get a chance to let off some of the steam, but you also turned up the fire under yourself. So you're going to heat up again. So it's like
but you
binge
also
purge.
feel validated. You also feel validated and heard because nobody's hearing you when you're just two of y'all in the house or whatever on the street. But lots of people are hearing you, so you feel validated. Oh, people are seeing me. People are hearing me.
Yeah. And you stay stuck in the same place. There's certain things you already know in the Black community. We don't have to keep running it over and over. This is 2023. And just the other day we said Happy New Year, even though we know that that's not the real Happy New Year, but let's just take it as it is. January 1st. How long ago was that? We're in April right now. If you had goals, are you closer to them? Are you better? Many of us here are better. I'm not chastising anybody here on this program, but out in the world, just imagine if you've ever had the sensation of leaving a place many years ago to relocate and live. It could be within the same city, same state, same country, maybe another country. And you go back to that area and you see some of the same people stuck in their ways, whether they're on the corner, drinking, catcalling women that they can never get, or in the church, or just in the same mindset and mentality. Grown people who are intelligent, they could have the trappings of success. They can look like they're successful with their homes and their cars and their jewelry, and they sent their kids to school, but their minds are looped over and they can't get out. And that's one of the negative things of social media. Like Sister Brack said, that we could use it for positive things. We're having a very intelligent discussion here tonight, but the majority out there is stuff to grab your attention and just to get you caught up. Think of the fly paper. It wants to get you caught up so you can keep coming back as you see the world in one particular place, in one particular order. You can't see or expand. I always try to expand, but that's the bottom line. It's a trap for most people, and they never get a chance to advance themselves. Their minds are arrested. Their lives are shut down. It's glossy. It's eye-catching. It's just like when you look at these tutorials, how to make more eye-catching thumbnails, how to hold people on your YouTube page so the algorithms go up even better. You're more successful when you can hold them on. See, it's not about hits, it's about watch time. If you can get them on and keep them on there, it's better for them to stay to the end of the video because that's better than just hits. You can put a video of a woman in a thong twerking. Okay, she's not naked, but she's naked. But the bottom line is most men would hold on all the way to the end of that video, but they're not going to make any money because no person is going to advertise on that particular video, right? So there's all these different types of tactics to get your attention, which, like I said, if just like Sister Naima said, if she wants to hang some cabinets, she's going to go on YouTube and look at a tutorial to learn something. That's really what YouTube doesn't want you to do. It wants you caught up. The governments of the world, the powers that be, the hierarchies, they are using this in a very poisonous way to have us perpetually arguing at each other and molding how we see reality. You don't even have to agree with a person 100% who's a talking head on YouTube, because if they can overlap you 75% of what you think right now in the present, and they can get you fired up emotionally, you're going to come back later in the night and see more, and you're going to stay there. What if there was some information coming to you in the next 2 days that would unlock you from that level that you're getting stagnant on, but this other stuff now got you so fired up that you can't see right? So that's how it gets you. It's a tactic. And it's also a pressure valve. It's just like when they say we have black leaders and they go out and they talk after somebody's killed, and we feel good because, oh man, you said exactly what I was thinking. You told it. But these people are pressure releasers. right, in the Black community, because they say what we're thinking, and we feel that we've made progress because we heard somebody that was highly visible say something, and that causes us not to still be consistent in building a community progressively. Because now, again, it's like a binge purge. Something happens, we get emotional. Somebody else who is designated as a Black leader comes on, and it goes all over social media. And so we got our licks in because this person said that. But the people who are oppressing you, they are the ones who keep these people financed and pay them. Right. And it's like, okay, because they know you're not going to do anything. What if we didn't have some of these people who go out here as the talking heads to speak? After a while, we would do something. We would refuse, but it's business as usual after an event that way, and we're not consistent. We're like caught up on the fly paper, and we're not going anywhere. And there are some people who are going somewhere. There are people who are making progress, right? But those people are far and few between when you look at the proportion of what is happening to us. And others will say, well, it's happening to other people, but why are we on the totem pole when we built this country? Low man on the totem pole, when we built this country, and everybody ignores us. They're concerned about Asian hate. They're concerned about LGBTQ rights. They're concerned about this, and they're giving all this money to everybody else. And it's not just that we can get money, because many of us are foolish and wouldn't do right by that money. We'd bring it right back to the very people who don't like us. But nothing is done for us, and we've got to accept that. Yes, reparations, they talk about it, but the American dollar is about to collapse any day now, right? It's worth less and less. They're boosting it up artificially. And the day they give us reparations, the next day, that dollar is going to collapse and not be worth anything. So we have to depend on ourselves incrementally, slowly but surely. We don't have to go crazy on it, because it took a while for us to get in this position. And it's going to take a while for us to get out. Hopefully not. Maybe we can move a little faster. But what are we doing for ourselves? We take this information. We need to make use of it. I took my information, things I've learned, and made use of it, and try to advance my life before I transition as an example to those who are like me. I'm just a regular little old guy. You know what I mean? But we tried. We do what we got to do. And you sacrifice, and you can bring yourself into a present day heaven on earth.
You want to know a trick to the stop Asian hate thing, Lance? Every time I hear it, you want to know a trick to the stop Asian hate thing? This is the kind of spells they cast. So it started off with Black people complaining and showing how they were being attacked in Asian businesses, right? Which is what? Asian hate. Asians hating on us, right? Asian hate. So they create a bill to say stop Asian hate, but word it as if other people are hating on the Asian. So it's stop Asian hate, but it's really them that were hating on us, not us hating on them. So that's the trickery with a quote unquote rule of law. You have to pay attention. They don't want to get rid of guns. They don't even want to get rid of the assault rifles. They focus on, there are so many shootings in this country every day. They determine what's a quote unquote mass shooting. When that shooting happened, just this last shooting happened the other day in Kentucky, it was another shooting that day. But because it wasn't considered a mass shooting, because only 3 people got shot, not 4, they didn't spread that everywhere. Why? Because they want to try to trick the people. They play with your emotions, and then they go, oh, see, we need to get rid of only assault rifles. You know what I'm saying? And then they put a bill, they pretend like they're doing something when they're not doing anything. They're playing games. They're playing word games with people.
Well, you know what? They should discover that there's been some mass shootings consistent on pedophiles. So many of us are disappearing. Not to go back to that, but so many of us are disappearing and nobody's saying anything. Let it be where over time, they're not going to say it at first. They're going to realize that pedophiles are being shot dead in cold blood, and let some of the pedophiles in high places start to get scared. You see where I'm going? Because it's mostly them. This is an organized thing. All of this stuff is organized. Just like it was said in the chat room, the gender wars, the red pill, blue pill, boss chick, I don't need a man type thing. Men going their own way. And they're aiming this at also the younger generations, because you don't see anybody in their 50s and 60s thinking about this. Half of their parts don't even work to be concerned about that. You know what I mean? So they're aiming this at the younger generation apart. Everything must destroy the black family. Everything must destroy the black family. Everything put in place. The result is that. It may not look like that at first. It's like 100 people heading to a party coming from all over different parts. When they get there, you'll see the results that all of those cars are parked by that house. But at first, you just don't see it. And I see it. I've been seeing it. All this stuff. Look, it's about the black family. Because nobody's caring about a black family being torn apart. And if you're going to have a black family, you got to have an intact black woman and an intact black man to build that. And some people say, well, it should be peace and love and include everybody. No, well, then we're being killed like that. Well, why don't we include everybody then? You're not getting it like that. Go ahead, yo. I'm sorry.
Our Kemetic system was based off of Ma'at, so it was based off the man, woman, child. That's how life is created. The Ankh is the man, is the womb and the male phallus coming together to create life. So of course they want to switch it up. You know what I'm saying? So it's always divide and conquer, divide and conquer, divide and conquer. So if they keep fractaling you, whether it be through, and they do it through every element that they can. It was such a beautiful day here. They were spraying the sky all day. So tomorrow I won't be surprised if the sky is now covered with crap, you know, and cloudy. They're constantly. I watched, you know, my sons, you know, their friends when they were small. Good little kids, you know what I'm saying? And you watch as they start to go through puberty, how these kids just like change almost overnight. And they got mental problems, and they got, you know what I'm saying, and they end up in prison, you know, just start going crazy. I'm like, what is that? Where is this coming from?
With the quickness.
And I'm like, is something going on? And I literally saw it come. Where I live, it was a decent, you know, it's a twin city, so it was a decent amount of people here, but a decent sized twin city, but for the past 15 years or so, they've been building real quick. But I saw it before they did it. And I don't like big cities. And I told myself, they're trying to make this the new Chicago. And then I saw where they brought in these statues from Chicago. They brought them from the airport down here. And they start building on it. They want to bring a team here and all this kind of stuff. But the moment they started that, this used to be a nice place to raise children. Now with shootings like all the doggone time. That was unheard of here. 15 short years ago.
And you know, one thing they do that I didn't even realize while it was happening is they talk about, they really put down older people because they're trying to separate the youth from the older people. Now they're like the old N-word. You know, they make it seem like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, because what they're attacking us at every belief system or practice that any culture has. They have to fractal it. They have to divide it. So they pitting it against itself. That's the red and the blue, the hot and the cold. When you have hot and cold air come together, what you get a tornado. And they're constantly doing this when in the past, usually elderly meant wisdom because you got some wisdom on your belt from living, right? Now they like, you know, the elderly acting like they kids and the kids acting like they grown-ups because they don't, you know what I'm saying? Everything been 5-year-olds was sitting around telling, hey lady, I'm like, what? You know, I got 5 girlfriends and I be at the school and we be kissing on the park. I'm like, what in the hell? And I'm like, well, you shouldn't be doing that. I walk off, well, hey lady, just start. I'm like, what in the what? These are little 5-year-old children, kindergartners. I don't know them. They want to stop me and tell me how sexual they been.
Bragging about it. What the hell? Bodily function. They don't go out. They don't go and brag about how much they doodled earlier or peed.
Oh, child was calling his little sister a bitch. I'm like, what? I'm like, what are you? I'm like, what in the world? You know what I'm saying? But this, I recognize this is normal. This has become normal to so many people. Like, this is their life.
Wow.
And adults be sitting there looking blank, like they don't know what's going on. That's normal, and you better not say nothing to the kid, because they like, what you doing talking to my kid? My kid can say what they want to say. They can say what, you know what I'm saying? So this is normal. I don't know what to do about it.
What to do about it?
I think we just supposed to focus on those of us who know better, and we're supposed to keep focusing. You know what I'm saying? Because there are a lot of young people that are coming, you know, that are coming up, and they're very wise to be so young, and they're coming in with this information. They're coming in with the knowledge and the information, and I think our generation specifically are the ones that were supposed to start the shift that was necessary for us to come through those systems and then shift it. Mm-hmm. Even though it's a mess right now, but it would have been just a barrel, you know, keep barreling off the cliff had we not done it that way.
But I think there are some older people who are wise, who actually know
absolutely.
But the YouTubers, they try to separate the young ones from even listening to the older ones.
That was Disney's job. Disney promoted for many generations, no parents, and kids basically doing what they want.
Mm-hmm.
Peter Pan.
Somebody wrote that we actually did have our own language. Yes, I think it's called Tut.
We had several different languages, and we're constantly creating languages amongst ourselves. We speak differently when we're, you know, of course, you know, when we go to work, we're being quote unquote professional. So we're speaking one way and we're doing, you know what I'm saying? When I get on the phone, I'm sounding different than when I'm, you know, just talking regular. And, you know, and when I'm around people in the community, I speak a certain way, you know. And when I'm around other people, I speak a different way because I have to adjust to who I'm speaking to. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But we've always had. I've never been. That's why I've never been bothered by. I'm not bothered by the N-word. I mean, I know people see it negative. Some people see it as positive or whatever. But I'm not worried about no white person coming out. If you in my job, you my doctor, you my whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I don't expect my enemy to be nothing but you expect a demon to be a demon. Mm-hmm. So I'm not hurt. My feelings ain't hurt by nothing they got to say to me. Mm-hmm. Nothing. You know, so because they can take anything, any term you deem yourself, they're going to turn it into a negative. So they're not going to call you what you want to be called in a positive way. They're going to put some venom behind it, and when it hits you, it's going to splatter all that venom all over you when they say it. So you can go, oh, I'm supreme goddess. And they go, you know, they'll say it, but they'll say it with such vitriol, it'll be like, ugh, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That's what they do. That's what they've been doing. I'm not bothered in that sense where my feelings ain't hurt by nothing they got to say about me or mine.
So I have a theory. You know how the sun, like we have melanin and it protects us from the sun, whereas like those other people, they start to get their skin peels, right? So mm-hmm. I think the sun also, I think the melanin also protects us mentally from the sun. And I think, I could be wrong, but I think they go literally crazy from being in the sun.
I think I agree to a certain degree. Yeah, it's a difference because I think the reason why they deem some things in us as evil is because that same energy drives them crazy. But for us, it's what balances us out. Mm-hmm. you know, so we can take it, you know what I'm saying? But they can't.
Right.
It really drives them because it's an amplifier, and it literally drives them like completely into madness. Now, I ain't saying don't, some black people, it happens to them too, but it's not as common as it is within them.
Right. Anyway, I'm gonna drop off, but I want to thank you. I want to encourage everyone to stay connected, that we are rising, even though no one's gonna advertise it, no one's gonna praise us about it. But we need to understand that we're moving forward, and the goal, I believe, should be paradise on earth for us, and we can get there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And come on back. We'll be back tomorrow night frequently, and just you're part of the family. So I love what you had to say.
Thank you. Thank you.
You added a good amount of good stuff. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. I can't wait for tomorrow night. I'm gonna come up with something.
You better be making sure you get your rest. You better be making sure you get your rest in.
Oh no! I'm gonna get my.
I have Miss Scurv. I have Mrs. Scurv getting on our case because you ain't got enough rest.
No, she ain't paying me no mind. She back there. She back there with her mouth open wide, sleep. She was sleeping before I even started the show. So yeah, so she'll be up early to go up to the mountain tomorrow. I'm gonna sleep, and I was gonna go with her early, but I said, you know what? Let me just go on, and I'm gonna give it a good rest, and like I said, I'll be all right. When I'm a little tired, like I was a little fatigued from earlier, but the truth that everybody shared here, it woke me up in a different way. You know, when people express themselves and share their perspectives, and it resonates with you between those who are here, where we can hear our voice, and inside the chat room it's like knowledge being dropped all over the place, you know? So I love it because I have a lot to learn. I have a lot in me, but what I hear in the chat, what you've shared, and Lady J, who she's still here. You can't see her, but she's still logged in. She might be sleeping. It might not. Battery dead or something, but that would have popped off. But like I said, it helps me to connect certain dots that weren't there yet. You know, it's like a peninsula. It's like a little piece of land between two bigger lands, you know. So it's a wonderful thing. You're stirring it all up. You know, you make your lemonade or you make your iced tea, you put the tea in and you put the sugar in. Well, you don't have a spoon and you start drinking the iced tea, you don't taste anything sweet because it wasn't stirred up from the bottom. You know, so this helps to get me to get all the stuff in me stirred up. And when I get stirred up, new things happen, and you discover new things. And I know one thing: when I wake up tomorrow, whatever time that may be, I'm going to take a long walk, provided it's not pouring down rain. And I'll keep the camera with me, but I'm going to take a long walk and just think and meditate. And for me, I'm just going to even go in with the healing and the growth, even at warp speed now, more so. Nothing's stopping you from going within. Nothing's stopping you from vibing. Nothing's stopping you from doing the things that you need to do, that you think about doing that are positive for yourself. But we always have these people who seem to be designated to come and block us and trip us up. And like Brack was saying, you know, they'll yell out the N-word just to get a reaction out of you, you know, just to Yeah, it'll stop you. If we get
once they get you in motion, once they get you in that emotion, then they got you.
Right. Even if they come and punch me in the face, I'll get up with no emotion and beat their ass and keep stepping. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, you're gonna get why'd you do it? We know why. This is in them. This is what they do. This is what they're put here to do.
Yep.
They're trying
to feed. You can't stop a leech from doing what a leech was designed to do. A leech feeds off of, it's a parasite. And when people are in certain conditions, they are parasitic. You know, and they may not realize they're parasitic, but they're parasitic. We've all been there to a certain degree, but you know, not knowing it. But they can't, like I said, they don't even feel seen, heard, anything. And a lot of people, that's what, you know, they'll get attention, or you know what I'm saying, any kind of way they can, because you depend on what state of mind they in and state of being they in, you know. I don't normally participate. You'll normally just be listening when I catch your lives. A lot of times I'll be doing other stuff and just listening. I might stop. I might type in and greet y'all sometimes, and then just go on and do what I'm doing. But this is rare that I participate.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that we ebb and we flow. You might listen to 10 more times and say, I'm just going to sit back and watch or listen. And then you'll see another one, you'll come. We all have our orbit around each other. Just like the planets have their orbit around the sun. And sometimes it's more frequent. Other times it's less. Sometimes we've had people drop in once and that's it. And we never hear from them anymore. And they drop something so phenomenal. I remember, I forgot, had to be in 2020 because I remember where I was before we came out. And this brother called me up out of nowhere. I did a show already. I did a 2-hour show. You know, that's a warm up for me. So this brother called me. He said, man, I got something. I got to spill off my chest, you know. And he started talking to me about a few things. So I said, okay. I said, when you want to do it? He said, man, I'm ready now. He says, I know you just got off a show. I said, listen, let me take a little break, take a little walk to the store, give me the particulars on how you want me to frame it. I knew he was legit, and I said, we'll roll. And he says, all right, bet. And he talked for about maybe an hour and a half. I couldn't believe the stuff that was coming out of his mouth. Just amazing insights. And I never heard from him again. I called about 2 months later. This number is disconnected. I was like, damn, you know what I mean? It's like that sometimes. So this is why with me, when we get on a roll, I'm not stopping that roll. Like, you know, it was requested that we do a part 3. We're going to do a part 3 tomorrow. Same, you know, we're going to look. We might be in the next month doing part 34. If it's rolling like that, let's do it. You see what I mean? So that's how I get down. I was feeling a little fatigued earlier when it's like, oh yeah, well, you know, the energy was getting low. It picked up again. I was like, okay, let's roll. I'll just sleep more tomorrow. That's all. That's what I do. This is my commitment. I have to do this. I don't think I'm some big production somewhere, some big name, whatever. But from inside my soul, I just have to do this. There are people listening. It doesn't have to be millions. And a lot of these channels have inflated numbers anyway, even when they're live. You'll see like 3 people in the chat room and 7,000 listening live. Something's wrong with that. But I don't care. Nothing's stopping me. I'm going to keep on throwing punches in a righteous way. I've been doing this for years. It don't bother me. I'm retired now. I can go lay down and sleep. You know what I mean? You know, it's not going to hurt me. Save an extra 2 hours. I'll just sleep an extra 3. So, you know, we're going to do it. And yeah, if I even switch up the title, it'll be the same similar thing. We'll speak about demons or I got a couple titles that'll be right on the same way, but really this would be part 3. You know what I mean? The covering may look different, but it's going to lead us into the same thing. Because this is like a hot.
Yeah, I think it's good topics because so many people have been experiencing these things for so long, and it's helping them kind of face it and deal with it. You know what I'm saying? And then recognize and learning how to, you know, deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Because everything teaches you to be afraid of it, but you don't have to be afraid of nothing. You don't have to be afraid of it. Inside or out the body. You are a spirit in a body. You know what I'm saying? So inside or out of a physical body really don't mean nothing. So you know, when you kill, if a person is the demon's possessing a body and you kill the body, that didn't kill the demon. You know what I mean? So you know, and when you turn the light off, if something's standing there, it was there before you turn the light off. You know what I'm saying? You don't get scared when you see it. You know what I'm saying? Start to analyze and what it is. I ain't saying play with it. I'm saying analyze it, what it is. You know what I'm saying? And figure out how to protect yourself. The more aware you become, the less effect they have.
Wow.
Because they be playing with a lot of people. That's why a lot of people, everything will be fine. Then all of a sudden, people get to fighting over nothing. But if you start to pay attention, you can see when the boogers pop up. When that energy gets to shifting back and forth, and hopefully don't nobody get killed. It'd be like just out the blue, and you're like, where'd that come from? But if you paying attention and watching people, you will literally see these entities pop up and I ain't saying that you're gonna see this ghouly face. I'm literally saying it's like I don't know how to explain it. It's literally like a face. I've been seeing people. I've seen a face come from behind the person's face to the front. You know what I mean? And then they start talking a little different. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, and you never know how long. And a lot of these things may be just different fractal personalities. You know what I'm saying? From trauma. Yeah. And a lot of those demons are just people's defense mechanism. They're things they came up with to protect themselves because they've been harmed. And when they feel somebody's getting close to that place of hurt, then that demon comes out and they start to, lash out and fight. And we'll try to kill you at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. If you recognize these energies, not just without yourself, but within yourself also, and recognize even when you're creating these entities, you yourself have access to these energies. And anytime you start to feed into that, that's why it manifests, because you came up with the thought, and then you start to feed into it, and so it grows and grows and grows and grows. And next thing you know, it's taking over your whole life.
Wow. And we collectively bring this information and we all learn and we all win. So it's a win-win situation. Beautiful thing. Wow. Anybody want to come in before we wrap down? I'm not wrapping down. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm going to get off of here and I got about another hour before I have to leave and pick my youngest up from work. But yeah, I'll get some stuff done before I have to do that.
What you had to say and what you shared.
But I enjoyed talking to everybody. Hopefully me sharing my thoughts have helped somebody along the way. And I hope that I didn't offend anybody too hard. I wasn't trying to offend anybody. I just, like I said, when I go in that zone, I just be in the zone just talking.
But that's the best place to be, because you're speaking from the heart and it's coming raw. As an artist, you have to flow. When I'm putting pen to paper, I have to flow. I can't think about, there's no way of measuring. You look at the paper and you draw what you see or what you imagine. You have to let it come out. You can't do something on a flow and concern yourself with the people who may not understand or may get hit too hard. If they got hit too hard with something that you're sharing honestly from your heart, with the passion, with the experience, then they need to be knocked down then. And they should get up from being knocked down and thank you for it. Because if they were in line, trust me, they wouldn't be knocked down. You go to, back in the 70s, we all used to wear the big round afros and stuff. You don't pat the hair down to keep it in place when you go to the barber. You comb it out. You comb everything out, and whatever's out of place, out of that perfect round circle that barber can see, it gets cut off. The equivalent of getting knocked down. So anything out of line within yourself, we got to take care of ourselves. We can see it in other people. But when it comes to the truth, that's universal, because truth locks in with truth, which locks in with truth. If you're speaking truth in Singapore and I'm speaking truth in Accra, then those who are in America would agree with that, no matter what it is. Truth is truth. If a bum tells me 4 + 4 is 8, I can't say, well, you're a bum. It's really 7, because I don't like the source. I don't like the way it was delivered. It is what it is. So we have to grab onto these universal truths and understand that it's making us better and helping us to ascend. Because the sad thing is, a person who, we look at the past, we learn from the past, and we learn things we didn't know about the past. But people who take the present day and all they do is stay emotionally connected to the past. Well, back in 1989, he dumped me, and I spent 4 more years with this person, and they took all the money that I was going to use for the business, and then they dumped me and said, man, shut up. We know we got these things going on. I can come up with some zingers. I've shared it. That's going to make me waste today. I'm not going to say a person should be dead physically, but they are dead. They're just alive physically. If they can't find something to extract out of the present day, even when they're going through stuff, extract something and take it with you and put it in your mental pocket and bring it home to the other collection of truths that you have. I remember bodybuilding and I had my first trophy. After a while, it was no thrill no more. When I got my second trophy, it made the first trophy look better. The third, the fourth, the fifth, 50, 60, 70 something trophies. They all made the first one look good because I dared to go out and venture to do more and use the motivation that I had from the first trophy to go out and get more. But if I was thinking of the first, well, it was so hard getting that first trophy. Man, I had to train so much and diet so much. I don't know about me getting anything else. And we stay stuck in the past, like all those old Western movies and TV shows where before the cowboy went into the saloon, he had to rope off the horse so the horse could stay there. So it didn't. We were roped off, lots of us. I think of the past often, but only in a constructive way. So when you draw from that and share your truth with passion, because you spoke about the things that you went through in the past, the bottom line is that it was something to help us in the present. But you're not stuck in that place. You're sharing it with us, and we absorbed it, and we are truly appreciative of what you shared, and we're going to do this again tomorrow night.
Okay. I enjoyed sharing with you all. And everybody have a pleasant evening and a abundant tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Have a good rest and you go through your day safely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes, yes. This was sweet. I take it Lady J Loving Kindness is fast asleep because on the panel here, her phone, little square that pops up, she's still there. I know she's going to be rested, right? And I know she's going to be on tomorrow night. And she's going to say, I woke up and the phone was on and oh my God, I can't believe this. This is going to be the joke we have with her. Wow, so many names to list. I know, and I'm going to get some sleep now for real. This is early for me, but wait a second now. Wait a second. Y'all ain't done yet unless you wanted to. I mean, unless you're really done. I mean, if you don't want to go in the conference, fine. But I'm not going to stay too long because I'm a little beat because it is 2:31 a.m. over here. And I didn't even get all my sleep. I got up, but I'm good. I love this, but I'm going to sleep long and hard tonight. And I'll get up at a reasonable hour and I'll prepare tomorrow night's show when I wake up. Last night, I prepared it last night, but I think we know we're going to be back here, creator willing. So if anybody wants to actually go into the conference line for a little while, if you want to, but this is very satisfying. And I tell you, the show yesterday was so powerful that it was a show and a conference line wrapped up in one. So we're going to have them like that. That's the way it is sometimes. So we have to understand it's a wonderful thing. Let me just copy and paste and put this in here for those who might want to go in. If nobody goes, there's no problem because we're full. You go out and eat at a restaurant, your folks can't get mad when you come home full, but they prepared food for you. So it's like, well, listen, I ate outside, okay, we understand. Don't do that too much, but so I dropped the number here in case anybody wants to go in and add in what they want to go in or go in with little points and stuff. I love the energy. Yeah. Master Clip, she was knocked out. It was everything rolled in one. Yeah. I have not felt this level of fatigue in a long time, but it's a happy fatigue because I know that, we're getting something done good and this will affect people out in the world and they'll think, so there's nothing wrong. The human body lets you know quick, fast, in a hurry. Even when you want to do things, it's like, listen, sit down, right? Okay. Yeah. Let's activate it. Head on in there. That's the number. Let me flash it across the screen. With the quickness, here we go. 321-521-2515. You all are going to beat me there, whoever goes. And again, you know, whatever time you want to stay on there, when you want to, you know. I'm going to put the international calling numbers for anybody who might be, even though we know most of the time it's just from America, still, we may have that one person who may be in a different country and they want to call in, and it will not incur any extra fees on your phone. If you do, okay, Tracy, I'll be there in a little while. I'm going to put this international calling number. So if you happen to be on the show and don't want to call in on an international level, write down that number anyway that corresponds with your country, because you don't know if you ever want to call in again and you might forget it. But it's always there at LanceScurv.com across the top, over LanceScurv, the header, way up at the top, and it says international conference call number. So you can always get it there if you forgot about it. So anyway, it's not ending. We're just transitioning over to the conference call line. And I'll play a song or two, and I'm going to head on over there with everybody. I'm going to still play the same spooky music I played before. And then we just sign out and just head on over there, you know. I'll flash the number across the front of the screen. But much love to you all. I will talk to you in a few minutes at the conference call line. If you're not going there, have a good night, and we'll see you again 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Okay? Much love you.